Man, you're off today. Man.
Shut
off.
up. Shut up.
What's the matter, Barty?
Welcome back. It's Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
58 degrees right now. A little cloudy. Going to be cloudy all day, but it will be diddling 80, depending on where you are. So prepare for that. Yeah, I'm not feeling great this morning.
Well, you know. A little under, what, you get a little COVID or something?
Nope. Got a lot of beer yesterday.
Oh.
Got that.
Working that 2-day hangover.
It was a terrible, terrible mistake. Okay, so, Father's Day yesterday.
Yeah.
Happy Father's Day, you carpetbagging son of a bitch. Kimmy, you see your dad yesterday for Father's Day?
Sure did.
Very nice. So we have a Duffy family tradition.
What's that?
Where myself, my brother, my sister,
Yeah.
and my dad and everything, we go to the Red Wings game.
Nice.
Big family thing. It's like my favorite day of the year.
Yeah, play ball.
Yeah, we all get to hang out, and we get really into the game, and we have a ton of fun, and all the kids are there. And my wife is an amazing woman.
Yeah, she's great.
Calm down over there.
She
It
is.
sounds like you had to stop yourself. What were you going to say? What were you going to say?
Great person.
Great. She's a great human being.
Great doctor.
She's a very caring person.
Yes.
Like, she wants everyone that she loves to have everything that they want and deserve. So, knowing that it's Father's Day yesterday and it's my day, she wants me to have the greatest time ever. And, I rarely drink anymore.
Yeah, you're pretty lame.
Yeah, pretty much just like Bills games and stuff. So, Father's Day, we'll sit, watch a game, like, have a bunch of beers, fun time. So my wife, she made it her mission to be like my drink girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty demeaning.
Well, she
Yeah.
did it.
No,
I didn't
drink, girl.
It's just
drink,
sounds funny
girl.
saying it out
Okay,
loud.
well, that's what she was.
I believe you called her your little drink girl
Okay.
earlier too. With that, something about adding little to
Sounds like a
it.
Beach Boy tune.
Be my little drink girl. I don't feel so good.
So what happened?
Well, she keeps handing me beers, and I'm not going to turn them down. I'm Irish Catholic, so I keep drinking them. And by like the 6th, 7th inning, I realize, oh boy,
You've been pounded.
oh boy, here we go.
Yeah.
We're blasting off. And what's funny is, for Father's Day, part of the festivities at the ballpark is you go and play catch on the field with Dad afterwards, right? So my daughters, they got their gloves. We're going to go down in the field, and it's packed full of people.
Yeah.
It's a great scene. It's a lot of fun. But I was telling you guys, I'm standing there. I am drunk. I am trying not to look drunk, which I'm pretty good at.
Right.
Pretty good at not looking drunk. But I was horrified. Like, every ball I threw, I'm like, okay, right back. I'm like walking through my wind-up so I don't hit anybody with a baseball while
Yeah, you probably should have taken a pass on that.
Well, what am I going to do? I don't want to disappoint my kids. They don't know
Yeah.
what's going on.
Okay.
It was a very 1950s dad moment. Like, we're going to go outside. We're going to play catch in the backyard. You're going to like it. You're going to like it a lot.
Evenings with my drunk dad.
So, and my wife, she's wonderful, right?
Yeah.
She handles everything, and, she drives me home last night. So, again, she wants everyone to be, happy and fun, and we had a grand old time. So, we get home, and I lay down on the couch for a little while, take a little afternoon nap after the game, and she goes, I'm going to go get dinner. Don't you worry about it.
Nice.
Oh, you're
Nice.
the best. You're so much fun. She comes home with Chinese food.
Ooh.
She was trying to get,
Well, she was thinking your the hangover's starting to kick in. You're gonna want something greasy and delicious.
Chinese fits the bill.
Okay,
Yeah.
but here's the thing. Chinese food, the worst possible food to eat when
You're dehydrated.
Yeah, so it's like, are you trying? She's trying to turn me into a sponge. All drops of water out of my body right now.
Well, I think it depends what you eat when you eat Chinese.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't think it's all full of sodium. Some of it's probably not.
Yeah, I'm not getting.
I mean, you
What?
go old school,
roast,
egg foo young and egg roll.
roast pork lo mein, egg roll, fried rice. What else
yeah,
you do?
that's the worst.
What do you get? Chinese broccoli?
Yeah, I
No,
was
but
gonna
there's all
say,
kind of- there's all kind
what is on the menu that is gonna help?
Oh, you gotta get vegetables. You gotta get
Yes,
oh,
you should
shut
eat your
up,
vegetables.
You bitch, you don't get Chinese for vegetables.
They got good vegetables.
Oh, can I get that white crispy thing and nobody knows exactly what it is mixed into the vegetable?
Oh, those bamboo shoots.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, tastes terrible.
No, they're good if they're soaked in the soy
They're
sauce.
not good. It's soaked in the soy sauce. They're really good if you put gravy on it. Shut up, stupid. No, man, it was. Oh, do other dads get drunk on Father's Day, or
Probably,
do
why
I have
not?
a problem?
No, I would assume it's your day. What else? It's the only thing you can do. What else can you do?
Well, no. I mean, there are two ways to look at Father's Day. right?
All right, what is it?
There is the way that my wife looks at it, which is wonderful for me. 252 WCMF 252-9263, where this is your day,
Yeah.
and I want you to do all the things that make you
Well, that's
happy.
what it should be.
Okay.
What's the alternative?
The other Father's Day is you are going to do, as a father, all of the things that you have to with your family at wife point, as you like to put it.
Oh.
Like, we're going to have a get-together. You are going to sit here. You're going to open gifts that you don't want. You're going to watch the kids, like, sing a song about you that you don't want to hear.
Yeah.
You're not going to get to watch golf. You're not going to get to watch baseball. You're not going to get to do anything. All of your time is taken up because this is like a performance for everyone.
Okay. All right. So you got the good one.
No, yeah. But I'm saying, like, it's great. I had a blast and a half.
But you also now your daughters are getting a little older.
Yes.
So you probably can't do that when they're little.
What, get drunk?
Well, because they're gonna want to make things and give them to you. I mean, they're probably now.
No, now they're more aware that you're drunk.
Yeah, no, it was
I
weird.
mean, they probably don't care as much about Father's Day anymore.
Oh.
Because now they're
Yeah,
teenagers.
no, they're at the
Yeah.
age where they care the least about Father's Day, for sure.
So you're kind of off the hook for the performances, and I guess now you can start drinking.
This is true.
But I think that's the shift.
Okay. Well, no, I mean,
Maybe.
I was always drinking. It's funny. Only one of my daughters told me Happy Father's Day yesterday.
Oh, I'm guessing the younger.
Did the other forget?
You nailed it.
Yeah.
Like, no, but like I waited. Like the first thing my youngest Claire gets up, Happy Father's Day. I'm like, oh, thank you. My oldest Stella gets up. When we go to the game, and like I'm waiting all day in the back of my head. She's gonna say it. We're gonna get to the game. We're
Yeah.
gonna have like a moment.
So no.
Well, no, her cousins, baby cousins were
She's
there.
distracted.
Yeah, they were all
Oh.
distracted doing that. There was Dippin' Dots, ice cream
Oh.
of the future for the last 70 years.
Yes.
I gotta say though, man, like it's really nice to see smiling dads, a bunch of smiling dads in one place.
Oh.
Because like at the ball game, it's Father's Day. Everyone's there hanging out. I realized yesterday you don't get a lot of places where there's a ton of smiling dads in the same spot.
No, because usually if there's a bunch of dads in the same spot, something horrible has just happened. Like you're either going to war, coming home from a war, a building exploded,
How do you
a
go-
plane is crashed.
How
Like,
do you
when's
go
the last time?
that
Every
bad?
time you see a group of men gathered together, there's trouble.
I was thinking,
Like if you see a group of women, it's nice. If I see a bunch of guys coming down the street, what the hell's going on, man? We got a problem.
I was thinking the
Oh,
frustration.
yeah, one's got a rock.
I was thinking the frustration of like a Home Depot on a Saturday,
Yeah, same thing.
not storming Normandy.
No, same thing. You storm Home Depot because you need 2x4s and you need those galvanized nails.
I think there's a couple of veterans that would take issue with you saying
but it's the
Normandy.
same face.
No, like if you walk around like a Home Depot or a
Yeah.
Lowe's, there's no smiling dads, right?
Because they're doing things they don't want to do.
You got it. You go to like a kids t-ball game, soccer game. Although there are dads having fun, not all of them are smiling. There's frustrations that go along with that. Like yesterday, every dad at the ballpark was having a grand.
That
old
might be
time.
the only time. That might be the only time you see a bunch of happy dads. Because you don't even really care about the outcome of the game.
No.
Like a Bills game, you care. But for some reason, when you go to a baseball game, it's irrelevant.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Hey, you got him next year.
Get him tomorrow.
I will
Because you're going to play 10 more games this week.
I will say this: we got really into that game yesterday.
Oh.
Had a lot of
Close
fun.
one.
It was a great game. Went into
Oh.
extras and everything. Good
Oh.
old grand
You
old
got an
time.
extended dad day.
Free Father's Day.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it's funny. The other thing that I felt bad for with some of the dads at the ballpark, 252 WCMF, 252-9263, talking about our Father's Day experiences. A lot of dads in matching outfits with their sons.
Oh, I have not
But not
seen
like
that.
sports gear.
Okay, so some were wearing like jerseys, which is understandable.
Yeah, that doesn't really count.
Others were wearing
Like same shirt.
yeah, like we talked about this briefly a couple weeks ago, in the whole dressing up your daughter like your mother thing. I saw a lot of combination Hawaiian shirts, Hawaiian shorts, father son,
Wow.
same pattern,
How old are the boys?
anywhere between like 3 and 7,
Oh, all right.
and like younger dads.
Yeah.
But it looked like none of it was their idea.
Well,
Like, sure,
but I
it's not.
also know dads that would do that because they think it's funny. Like trying to be funny dad. Like, look, we all match.
Look, he's a smaller version of me.
I mean, no, I
Yeah.
get there's pride in he's a smaller version of me.
And like the more wacky the shirt,
Oh.
mean,
the
shirts
more
are-
wacky the Hawaiian shirt.
Look, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong here. Maybe you're right, Kimmy. But it did feel like those were outfits laid out by mom for
Maybe.
pictures
Oh.
in the morning.
I always figure anything that matches the wife, put that together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they control it.
Kind of what I assume, too.
Yeah.
The other thing, when you think Father's Day, you think of like, fathers with younger kids.
Yeah.
Teens, little ones, whatever. lot of adult father-sons.
God, that has to blow.
What? What?
Oh my! I cannot imagine going to a ball game with my old man as an adult.
Oh, I feel like that would be the better option, though.
Nah.
If you don't know what to do, can't go wrong with a ball game.
They can. Any place there are men that can go wrong.
Your dad played professional baseball.
Yeah, he did. He did. And here's the thing: he never watched it after that. He didn't watch baseball.
He wasn't interested.
No, he just kind of like, yeah, I did that.
I mean, he was the best of the best. You're going to watch subpar guys go do what you can do better than everybody else.
And that's
can.
what you would have to listen to at the ballpark, right? You got to get behind the ball. Shut up.
You know, something I didn't consider, and I never noticed it, and I'm sure it existed before. Like I was saying, there was, catch with your dad on the field after. So I was there with my daughters, who were teenagers. Also, father-son, grown people catches.
Oh.
Like grown-ass son, grown-ass father playing catch together.
Wow.
Which was also nice, because, like, when's the last time, if you don't have a son of your own, daughter of your own, you got to have a catch?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think any of my brothers or I ever played catch with my dad.
You never played catch with your dad?
Neither did my brothers. My own wasn't that kind of like hands-on dude.
That's not very hands-on. That's like the most stereotypical dad thing you can
And
do.
he played baseball.
And he never played catch with you.
No. At least by the time they were like, as they were like young men. I would say by like, maybe when they were little, but I wouldn't remember.
You want to go have a catch, buddy?
No.
To make you
I
feel
know,
better?
No.
I feel like maybe you need it.
Something's happening right
Yeah.
now. I feel like things are coming
You
out
missed
of you.
out on something.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't stand being around him.
Are you a monster because you never had a catch?
Yeah, maybe. So.
No, I'm serious. Like, can we tie?
Catch by an angel.
Can we tie the amount of catches you've had with your father to what a terrible human being you
It
are?
could be. It could be.
Because I'll go. I got my mitt in the car.
No,
We
I
can
don't
go
want to
play.
play catch.
I got a righty too.
I ain't got the back.
I think
for
you
it.
should go have a catch.
Let's have a catch.
I'm not
buddy.
having a catch.
Well, you want to have a catch?
No.
We went and shot a video over at Frontier Field earlier this week. Kimmy and I did, and like I was, tossing the ball around with Dan Mace
Yeah.
team of the Rochester Red Wings, and I was like, this is fun. Haven't had a catch in a while.
Oh, okay.
Even played catch with Mace.
Yeah.
Our baseball
Can't
dad.
remember
is
the
what
last
I
time
Yeah.
I put a baseball glove on.
Mace looks like he's like the greatest dad. Like he's just got that temperament.
Yeah.
He's Rochester's dad.
No,
Oh my
like
God.
he should rent himself out as a dad when he's done with his own kids. Because
Rent
he
a
would be
dad.
like a really pleasant guy to be around.
He does seem like a really
No,
great
he's just
dad.
even keeled, smiles all the time, nice guy.
I feel like we're stumbling upon $1 million idea?
Rent a dad?
Oh
no,
yeah.
No, I mean, okay, rent a dad, maybe. I'm thinking just a catch, Kimmy.
Yeah.
The Rochester
Oh.
Catch Club.
Just a catch.
You pay $5. We rent out some kind of space, and you want to have a catch? You come
Yeah.
have a catch.
The Rochester Catch Club sounds like a secret organization where guys hang out in bathrobes all day.
Well,
Yeah,
now
with the
it's ruined.
Rochester Catch Club.
Okay, but now we got to come up with a new name.
I know.
But we will do that. We will come up with a new name. No, I'm serious because I
We'll
don't.
have some guys, waiting in case somebody needs somebody to play catch.
All right,
yeah,
there you go.
yeah. You hire a couple of guys as your designated catchers.
Catchers.
Because I think that every man, minus you, and I don't even believe you. I think you still want it. You won't admit it. I think every guy would love to have a catch, but is too embarrassed to ask other people to go play catch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because like I would call my brother and be like, "Hey, you want to have a catch?" But he's busy. I'm busy. We got a lot of things going on.
Sure.
It's a little uncomfortable, right? It'd be weird if I call my dad out of nowhere and be like, "Hey, you want to have a catch?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, then what do you do after that?
I don't know.
Like you play catch with them for like it's got to get boring after a couple of minutes.
No,
right?
you can play catch forever. You can play. Did you not see Field of Dreams?
Yeah, but like you got to talk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Just have a conversation while you're
You
catching.
know that's gonna go south
happens
fast.
naturally.
Is it gonna go south?
Anytime you talk to your father, it's going to go south.
Okay.
Like, how long do you think you could talk to your father before one of you says something that the other one's going to strongly disagree with?
Okay. First of all, we
5
know
minutes.
who's gonna say it's gonna be less than 5 minutes because it happened yesterday. But like we know. I love how you say one of. We know who's gonna be the one that's gonna say the thing that's gonna set everybody off.
Probably, yeah.
It's never the younger guy.
Right. So your catch isn't going to go very long.
Okay, but again, I feel like politics are always out of catch. I feel like catch is a no politics zone. It's
Okay.
It's pure. It's innocent. It harkens you back to a simpler time. Let's just have a catch. Let's go have a catch. Kimmy, I'm telling you, Rochester Catch Club again, new name.
Yeah.
New name. $5 a head. I bet you we get 100 guys every time.
Yeah. You also get people trying to cheat the system, just showing up to play catch.
Oh, yeah, well, no, we're gonna have to have a
Cheat
bouncer.
the system.
I don't know how you can really monitor that.
Okay.
You gonna sell tickets?
Do you
I
have?
like the idea. I don't think we could profit off of
I know
it, though.
your husband wants to have a catch. I know that. He would love to have a
Yeah,
catch.
yeah, he probably would.
Does your husband want to have? Is he off today? He can come down and have a catch
He's
on the
not
street?
off today, but he does play softball, so he probably does that
Gets all the
quite
catches
often.
he needs.
Damn it. Do you have a glove?
I have a glove.
You don't have a glove?
You have dress gloves for winter.
No,
I mean, a
you're-
baseball glove?
Yeah.
For what?
Everybody has a glove in their garage.
Bro, I'm 66 years old. What kind of goddamn glove am I
I kind of
using?
thought you bought one, you just kept it forever.
Yeah.
You know?
No,
You might be the only guy in America that doesn't have a glove in his garage.
I do not. I have the glove to pick up all the dog crap, but I never use
By
it.
the way,
I grab it barehanded,
Yeah,
which
barehanded.
grosses my wife out.
Yeah, you're like the Ozzie Smith of dog crap.
Kimmy does not know who that is.
She knows who Ozzie Smith is.
Of dog crap?
One of the greatest shortstops of all time.
Okay, now he's trying to play all man because he's been embarrassed that he
And-
doesn't have a glove.
He had a pool shaped like a glove at his house. That's pretty cool.
So you got that going. There's your
Look at
Ozzie
that.
Smith fact of the day.
And he was great at backflips. I think he might have been the first guy to do them
He was not the first man to do a backflip.
during games.
Did you ever own a glove?
Yeah, I was a kid.
Oh.
Because you had to bring all that
Well,
stuff
I was
to
just thinking, like, you never
summer-
played baseball or anything.
No, you had
so-
to play all that stuff when I went to summer camp.
Oh.
And you had
Maybe-
to play all those sports when I went to military school.
Maybe
I
risk.
sucked at all of them.
Well, no, I know you sucked at him, but it doesn't mean there's lots of guys that suck at baseball that still have.
Oh,
a
I was
glove.
horrible. I was horrible at all sports.
No, I know.
And I used to love the coaches because they were always trying to like shame you into doing better. Like there was some talent
Can't
hidden.
shame me.
Well, like there was some hidden talent that he was going to pull out of me. This runt of a kid.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up
What?
because that might be the perfect transition.
What's that?
We have a dynamite runt kid kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning,
What happened?
there is an idea in Albany that is gaining some traction.
Oh boy.
What?
Well, they cook it up now.
These clowns in Albany?
Yeah,
What a bunch of clowns.
clowns.
You know, you're convinced we're moving towards a cashless society?
Well, yeah, like you were at the ball game yesterday. You can't use cash.
Cashless, right?
Yeah.
A new world order that you are welcoming with open arms.
Yes.
Well, it turns out if this happens, that cashless ballpark won't exist anymore.
We're going back.
Well, that's just it. I mean, the arguments that are being made here are legitimate
We
arguments.
need hard currency.
Well, look, it ain't
Need
about.
pockets full of money.
It's not so much about old guys saying things firmly
Yeah.
as it is how easy it can be to find yourself in a spot in your life where using cards and credit may not be the easiest thing to do.
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, as you were talking about pulling that athletic ability out of you.
Yes.
There is one gentleman, young man, who doesn't need that.
Oh,
He is a state champion this morning.
state champ.
Yep, along with the rest of his team. We're going to tell you all about this team. But it's not, Kimmy, the performance that he put on. It's the performance he put on.
Push through?
Oh, my
I
God.
was
So
like,
he was
what?
injured?
That's the understatement of the year.
Oh,
We're going to tell you what he was going through. And here's the thing. Great for this kid. This
Yeah.
kid is amazing.
local kid. Huh?
Way to go. Local kid. Yes. But, like, I think everybody knows someone has grown up with someone like this. And if you're, like, close to them, you hate him.
Oh.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. They brought home a state title, Tommy.
Damn.
And all these boys deserve a pat on the back for what
Yeah.
they accomplished. But one young man in particular did something amazing.
Really?
And here's the thing, man. He's got traits that you would want in every person around you.
Yeah.
Until that person around you shows these traits. This kid aside,
Yeah.
if someone in your life acts this way, I think you have no choice but to eventually hate them.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. Can you believe it's been almost 25 years since the no cell phone driving law in New York State?
Oh, my God.
I know. 2001.
Jesus.
Yeah, but the laws are changing again. And it's important that everyone listening knows about this because now just a touch will get you in trouble.
You shouldn't touch it.
Well, yeah.
Don't touch it at all.
We'll get
It's
into
a
it
sin.
just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The Penn boys lacrosse team has come home with a state title.
Damn.
Yeah, buddy. But one young man in particular had the game of his life.
What happened?
Tegan Finger, great name.
Wait, his aim is Tegan Finger?
Tegan Finger. I wish my name was Tegan Finger.
Yeah.
High school kid, remember?
Gotcha.
Okay, great.
All right.
So he scored, Tegan Finger scored or assisted on 7 of the 9 second-half goals for Penn Yan.
Jesus, he's Gretzky.
Yep, in their 11-8 victory over the weekend. And that performance in itself, very impressive. But Tegan did this all kinds of banged up. To quote his coach on News 8 yesterday,
Yeah.
quote, he's got a bad hamstring. He's got a broken finger.
Wait, Finger has a broken finger.
Finger has a
Yeah.
broken finger. It turns out he had 10 fingers, but only because his last name is Finger. Bad hamstring, broken finger. He's got a banged up knee. That kid went out today and put on the performance of a lifetime.
Yeah.
Incredibly
Oh, yeah.
impressive. And a big round of applause to Tegan Finger from the 3 members of the break room. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Finger aside,
Yeah.
there is a person from your past who was like this as a kid.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
They played sports hurt. They came to school sick to keep that perfect attendance streak going. Maybe you grew up and that guy kept showing up to work when they were sick.
Pushing
'Cause
through the pain.
You got it. Team player.
Mm-hmm.
You eventually hate that person, don't you?
Oh,
Okay.
almost immediately.
Okay.
Especially if they want it known.
Well, they don't even have to have it known. There's always going to be somebody like a coach or a teacher that
Yeah.
points to them as the example, and makes everybody else feel like they should be up to those standards.
Because, like, this kid should be proud of himself.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Absolutely.
But, like, if I had someone like Tegan Finger working with me,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I'd like Tegan
No,
Finger.
because he's pushed the bar's too high, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's happened almost at every workplace I've worked in. Like the boss points to like the star pupil and says, they come through this. They worked through their kid's wedding, whatever it is, whatever
Yep.
big life event they missed to be at work. And then they point to that and like, that's the standard.
And, like, I guess there's time and place because, like, you would understand why a kid this age in a state championship game is going to put everything
Oh, yeah.
aside. Yeah, right? I mean, look, that is an
You're not
appropriate.
missing
Oh, yeah.
anything.
Yes, it's impressive and appropriate. But, like, you're right. Like, if it's 3 feet of snow and no one can get out of their driveway and one guy shows up and makes everybody else look bad at the
Yeah.
office that day, well, yeah, you're a dick, man. Why you got to be that dick?
I don't think they're the dick.
Who's the dick?
I think the dick is the person, whether it's a boss, again, whoever, that makes everybody else feel like they have to be that way.
Oh, the example.
Yes. Because that person's, they can do whatever they want. They can, if they want to push through it, if that's their personality, great. But don't make me feel like I have to do that too.
Kimmy's all about freedom. Here's the thing. Now, while what you're saying is true,
Yeah.
I don't think you can be that person that shows up sick,
Yeah.
works through pain, all that stuff, without gloating about it a little bit. I've never met a person that works hard that hasn't brought up, well, like not one time, like, well, I
Pointed
was.
it out.
Oh, yeah. And everybody hates you for it.
By the way, we've also all done this.
Yeah.
Everybody is guilty of
Yeah,
doing
we,
this.
we do.
Like, you.
We do. We just did it. We literally just
Oh,
did
yeah,
it.
I guess we did. But nobody heard it.
No, but you yourself had that streak of never missing a day of work that you would
Yeah.
brag about all the time, right?
Yep.
You're the laziest, least talented piece of crap I ever met, and even you, I never miss work. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. When it comes to that, get the job done at all costs
Yeah.
mentality, it feels like you either had that instilled in you when you were younger, or you dreaded knowing that person because that was going to hold you to a higher standard.
Well, I guess you would get it from your father, right?
Well, or mom. It could be
Right.
mom,
Well,
too.
for my generation, it would be my dad because my mother didn't work.
Okay.
Right. So, but my old man, he was a lousy example. So he had to find other examples of guys that like muscled through.
Okay.
Like that's how weak he was.
So he had no problem pointing to somebody else and
He
saying,
had-
you should be like that guy.
He had to farm out his pain to make an example for you to do.
Just losing more American jobs.
Yes.
Outsourcing the pain of other men.
See this Chinese man over here? He works hard every day, Thomas.
No, but it's funny you say that because there's always starving children in China
Yeah.
or whatever generation, starving children in
Yeah.
Africa. Like, not me. I'm doing great. But those people.
Yes.
Going back to something you said a second ago.
What was that?
Not to go all Susan B. Anthony on everybody. You said my generation, it was fathers who would say
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
When in reality, it was the moms that had the claim to playing through pain because, like, you had no choice but to take care of the kids, your husband, the stay-at-home moms,
Yeah.
Well, I was
right?
also
Keep the house in
thinking
order.
Moms were also the ones, at least in my experience, that pushed you to go do things that you didn't want to do. Like my mom was always the one who was like, if you don't want to go to that kid's birthday party, well, no, you're going to go and you're going to be nice and you're going to, like, I think that as a kid, especially with most kid activities, it was my mom that made us feel guilty about not going to things.
No, that's a good call. If my kid doesn't want to go to a birthday party, I'm encouraging that because that means I get my afternoon back.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? 252-WCMF. We're talking about this young man. His name is Tegan Finger. He plays lacrosse at Penn Yan. The boys lacrosse team in Penn Yan won a state title over the weekend, and Tegan Finger had an unbelievable performance with a bad hamstring, broken finger, banged up knee. Coach very proud of him. The town of Penn Yan very proud of him. I don't know. It feels like there are just people that have the ability to push through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
They're driven.
Yeah.
They're just driven, type A personalities.
But, like, there's something to be – I think it goes past that.
Oh.
Because I think there also has to be, like, the ability to manage pain and
Yeah.
uncomfortability.
Work around it, yeah.
Because, like, you bring up it being instilled by your parents. And I think there's something to that. I would also love to, like, study those people genetically.
And what they become. Like what they go on to do.
Okay.
Like if you're like that as a kid, does it carry with you as an adult? Like, are you just driven in everything? Can you push through stuff with everything you pursue?
So, like, are you theorizing then that Tegan Finger, Mr. Finger here,
It's like bound for success.
is that what you're at? Is that what you're
I don't
theorizing?
know.
Oh, man,
maybe.
Finger. He's the man for the job.
You would be.
Finger, come over here.
I think there's also like a competitiveness in it too,
Yeah.
which drives people like that.
They're going to be successful.
Yeah.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, I'm assuming that kind of person is going to be driven to get to the top.
Okay, but there is another side to this.
Yeah, the lower end.
No, I don't mean
The basement.
The people that aren't driving.
Yeah.
I mean with the driven people. And again,
Can backfire.
yeah, Tegan out of this, right? Like, your body can only handle so much.
Yeah.
Your mind can only handle so much, right? Like, you're right. There are people that are driven and can get themselves to a spot. There are also people that just melt down.
Oh,
there are also
sure.
people who physically just can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, there's this.
But do you? Beyond the physical things you're pushing through, don't you think it's a mental thing too?
I agree with you, but I also think the mental aspect, like, it gets to a point where you've worked hard for so long,
Yeah.
you've pushed through for so long that eventually your mind just decides, I'm not doing it anymore.
Well, yeah, but by the time they get to that point, I'm assuming they've reached success.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean?
Like the
in
pressure,
business
yeah.
or whatever they're into. I just assume that's the price you pay to get there.
Well, there are two contrasting ideas right now.
What's that?
One, what we're talking about here, be successful as much as you can push through, don't stop.
Mm-hmm.
And then the idea, Kimmy, of self-care. You need a rest every once in a while. You got to unplug your batteries.
Yeah,
you got to
you-
get away from the phone. You got to get away from work.
I see
or
what you're
else,
saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're going to
Yeah,
destroy
wear
yourself.
yourself down.
So which way is the better way to be?
That way.
The second way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're saying that because you're a lazy piece of crap.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
as lazy pieces of crap, sometimes we're jealous of those people.
Yeah.
Like I'm jealous that somebody can just push through without complaining. Because that was never me.
Yeah.
You got to rest your body.
Well, no, I mean, I do think you do.
You do, but most people don't.
Okay, do you think most people are like Tegan Finger, or most people are like self-care, little treat kind of people?
I think little treat kind of people.
Well, Kimmy just wants a little treat.
Yeah, who doesn't want a
doesn't?
little treat? No, but I'm thinking like most people have to work every day, family, bills, blah, 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 blah. You don't really get when do you unplug?
No, you're right.
Even your vacations aren't really vacations.
Well, it depends on who you are, right? In the family hierarchy.
That was back in my day, but like now, I don't think that exists anymore.
Okay. Well, but here's the problem, though. You say, like, most people's vacations aren't even vacations. An easy vacation to unplug would just be to take a couple of days and sit around the house.
But here's what you end up doing. You end up doing projects around the house. Like every time you sit
Okay.
around the house, next thing you know, I gotta get to that shelf.
Fair enough. But even you kill people who want to take at home, sit around vacation.
Well, it's chin out
Okay,
vacation.
so what do you
Because we know a dude that did it all the time. He had bank,
Yeah.
and he was just chintz.
And that guy,
Or he just enjoyed doing nothing.
that guy was pretty relaxed until like.
Oh,
boy,
yeah. Well, he had a technique.
I don't know. I mean, is this mentality? Do you guys believe it's something that never goes away? You said that it stays that way forever.
Oh, the guys I know that are like that, I think they're like that about everything. They're just super competitive.
So they're the guys like, they're 60 years old. You look out the window, they got an arm cast on, but they duct tape the weed trimmer to their arm so they could do the lawn work. Well,
Yeah, they're also the kind of guys, and I hate these guys, that is when you catch up with them, what's going on? They got to give you all their stats,
you asked
like
them
of what they're doing.
but you asked them what's going on.
I don't. It's supposed to be great. I don't need this. I don't need what you peaked out at on the treadmill.
This is all hate for his brother
Yeah,
pouring
I
out
know,
of his face
jeez.
right now.
Oh God.
It's all coming out.
No, but I just
Yeah.
I don't need a breakdown 10 minutes of powerlifting.
I didn't realize until just now that we are describing your brother.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, yeah. And my other brother's the exact opposite.
Okay. Who's happier?
Oh, my other brother.
You just say that because you want to prove your point.
Well, he's laid back, and he drinks.
Okay.
Yeah, my other brother collects bourbon and doesn't drink it.
Okay. But,
That's not happiness.
I think we're seeing who the favorite is here.
all right, well, listen.
But
Whether you are driven or not,
Yeah.
while you are driving, you were going to have to make another adjustment or get in serious trouble.
so what's left?
So this went into effect like a week and a half ago. But, Kimmy, we didn't hear anything about it until just now. And you need to be aware of this because it's
What?
we've had the no cell phone in the car law
Yeah.
for a very long time now. However, even this little thing that everyone is accustomed to doing, if you get caught doing it now, you're in trouble, bitch. And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room. Let's see it. Folks are not going to like this one.
What happened?
It's already illegal to use your phone while driving.
All right.
Everyone knows that. But the laws have changed once again. And it's something most people do every time they are in the car.
Oh.
That now if you are caught doing it, you are in trouble.
Were you going to get busted?
Yeah, you're going to get busted.
By who? Phone cops?
The regular cops.
Oh.
Yeah. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. You are the flag waver, Tommy, for a cashless society.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, let's all get chips in our arms. And then here are those 4 horsemen of the apocalypse coming over
That'd
the
be
hill.
so cool.
The way things are trending,
Yeah.
it's affecting certain people in a very negative way.
I just figured just old folk.
Yeah, so, I mean, old folk are affected by this,
Right.
but there's more people. And it's affected them so much that state lawmakers have decided maybe we need to go backwards.
Damn.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Are you guys aware of the new no-touch law?
No. What can I touch?
Okay, you shouldn't touch anything.
Don't touch nothing.
A new law went into effect about a week and a half ago, and we know that you've had to be hands-free with your phone while you're driving in New York State since 2001, 24 years.
Damn.
But this new law
Yeah.
makes it illegal to touch your phone anytime you are on the street in your car.
Oh,
Wait, what?
inside your car still.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let me, for example, if you are stopped at a red light
Yeah.
or you're in traffic, stopped, and you pick up your phone to look at directions, put something in, send a text, boom, that is against the law.
Why? You're
I
not
kind of thought,
moving.
yeah, I kind of thought that was always against the law because you're still technically operating a vehicle.
Apparently
in that
not.
moment.
Apparently not. But now it is.
Interesting.
But they're never going to bust you for this.
So
Like, I mean, they got to be so on point to bust you.
But it also seems like that would be like the most obvious time where they could bust you because you're being pretty obvious about it at a stoplight.
yeah, I mean, I would just take a copy
Yeah.
next to you to look
But
over.
you would see a cop and not do it. You know
I mean,
what I mean?
that's
Like,
if you saw the
Yeah.
cop.
oh, yeah, they're pretty out there.
Pretty out there. Tommy
They
Mueller.
got the big thing that says cop on the side of the car.
Then how come people get pulled over for speeding?
Well, that's different.
Okay.
Because you roll up too fast on them.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
This thing's blows.
This thing's blows. You don't like this?
No,
Why?
because I'm always using my phone.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
No, but like I'm changing the music or something like that.
Yeah, that's now against the law.
How am I going to change the music?
I know you have Bluetooth.
Kind of.
Can't
No, but how do I change the music?
You can just you okay. You don't have
Don't
any.
you have a thing on, like, you don't have something in your car where you can hit the next button?
Yeah, I don't like that.
Okay, so
But then I got to touch the screen. What's the difference?
so that's an interesting question.
If I'm looking at the
I always
screen,
wondered that too.
I can pull the phone up and I can still kind of see what I'm doing. Down here, I'm like looking away, literally.
Okay, so I don't know if this law includes the screen. It can't include the screen, right? Because that's been there forever. All the
I
dials
mean, yeah,
on the front.
it's how you control the temperature in your car. I
Right.
mean, like, it would be, you'd have to, it'd be impossible.
I think you make a valid argument with the screen.
Yeah.
See?
Although the argument the other way could be made, like when I am touching the screen, I am still looking out of the car, whereas the phone, I'm. Also, you don't have anything on your steering wheel that'll change the music?
I do, but sometimes like I want to. That just advances the tunes or something.
Yeah.
Let's say I want to get completely out of that and into something else.
Oh, yeah, you want some different sounding jazz music.
Well, let's say I want to get out of Pandora and go back to my phone.
Okay.
I got to switch it on the screen.
Okay.
What?
No,
The way it works.
you have Siri, right?
Kinda.
So no, you do.
No, but
do.
Siri's not going to tell me.
It will.
But you could just tell Siri
It never
what to
does
do.
that stuff.
Yes, it does.
It don't. You tell it to do stuff sometimes, and she's like, "No."
The argument from this.
It's like having my first wife in the car.
The argument from the state, or the folks that passed this law, are that most smartphones now have the ability where you can just talk to it and it will do whatever.
Well,
you
that
tell it
would be
to
cool
do.
if they just made a phone where I didn't have to do nothing.
No,
You
they
know what's
have that.
funny,
It's
though?
called your phone.
I do always forget, though, that that's an option. Like, I'm just so not used to using it that way that it takes a while to, like, make that a habit.
And it's not like, Kimmy, that's new technology. We've had that in
No.
our phones for over a decade.
Yeah.
So you could do this, no
Yeah.
problem,
Yeah.
but you won't.
Why? You get in a rut. You get like habits.
Okay, change a habit.
Oh, thanks. Okay, I'll just change my habits today.
All right, good.
Maybe I'll stop drinking.
252
Off
WCMF.
I go.
252-9263 on June 5th. By the way, how did we not hear about this until this weekend?
I don't know. They kind of just sneak it in there.
So they passed it. So they had like the legislation, and
Yeah.
they passed it as a law.
Yeah, it's a law. And by the way, the law is, again, it's called the no-touch law. Now it is illegal to touch your phone. Touch it at all. Change the music, look for directions, all
Don't
that
even
stuff.
think about it.
When you are stopped at a red light in traffic, whether your car is moving or not moving, you cannot have contact with your phone. If you are caught, you are busted. And I know that you want to mother F New York State, and a lot of people are like, oh, it's New York State. We're not the only ones doing it.
Who else? What other jackass state?
30 other states, 2/3 of the union, passed this law on June 5th.
Wow.
By the way, they're not messing around with punishment either.
Oh, boy.
If
What do you get?
If you get popped, there is a fine. We don't know what the fine is. But more importantly, you could have points taken off your license.
Oh, so it'd be like a speeding or a DWI.
Yes. By the way, the only exception to the new no-touch law is if you pick up your phone to dial 911
Okay.
while you are driving.
Why would I be calling? I don't think what scenario. I guess if I saw an accident.
Yeah, I could name you 1,000
I mean,
scenarios
yeah, there's
when.
probably a lot of reasons why you'd have to do that quickly.
Yeah. So from this point on, the second your phone goes down when you start
Put
driving,
your phone down. That's it.
you are not allowed to touch it until you get to your destination. By the way, has anyone listening, 252 WCMF, this has been in effect for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Has anyone listening been pulled over with a warning or gotten a ticket for this? Because, again,
Yeah.
you'd think they would have been more forthright with, like, this is changing now.
I don't know anybody that's been busted for being on their phone.
Yeah, that's another good point.
I can't think of anybody.
Well, I mean, the technology now,
I mean, I don't hold it that much.
you know that you hold it way more than you think you hold it.
I like holding it.
Don't hold it.
Feels good in my hand.
Okay, for God's sakes.
Well, I'm just talking about my phone.
No, I mean, to your point,
Yeah.
I can't remember the last person I've talked to.
I don't think they can. I just think it'd be so hard for the cops to bust you.
Okay, don't.
And you know what I think too?
Please tell me what you think.
I don't think the cops want to deal with this crap, man. They got enough going on.
Yeah, no, the last thing they
No,
want to
the-
do is increase revenue coming into the places.
No,
where they
but
work.
it's more hassle for them to be the phone cops.
What are
now.
you talking about? It's their job.
No, their job is the criminals.
You don't think? Yeah, you who's touching his phone while driving.
Talking is a crime.
For you, yes, but on multiple levels. I mean, I love how guys like you do this. They want to.
I'm trying to make it easier for the cops.
They want to. I'm trying to make it easier by being dangerous while driving.
Chase down these hippies.
And I know you're not even talking about the law we're talking about. You're talking about like holding your phone like bat, 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 bat while driving. And if there's one man who needs to not touch his phone, it's you. You're the most easily distracted human being. As Jeremy always points out, if anyone's watching the live stream, you're watching TV right now.
Yes.
Well, the World Cup's coming. I want to see what's going on.
Okay, you cannot tell me anything about what's happening
No.
on TV.
What's a soccer game?
Okay. I mean,
Oh,
Kimmy,
and
Yeah.
you scored.
is this a good idea? Are you for this?
I mean, yeah, I guess I am because I kind of thought it was a thing already. So
Okay.
it's something I thought was already included. So why not? I
Yeah,
guess.
because the hands-free should have just covered it to begin with. Right?
Yeah.
yeah,
Basically, it says hands-free.
Yeah.
So the phone shouldn't be in your hand at any time.
I mean, it is going to be funny to watch if people take this seriously.
They're
which-
not.
How you're going to, like, get your
Adjust.
directions, right? Like, let's
Oh.
say you're going somewhere and you got to put directions in. Do I have
or
to,
like you didn't know you realized, or you realized later on you needed
Yeah.
more specific directions, so you could be like in the middle of an intersection trying to figure out where you're going.
Oh, well, you say you should just tell your phone.
you can.
Yeah,
You won't.
you don't either.
Well, I normally have everything. See, I'm a bad person to ask here. I have to be strict about this because my wife, when the kids were little, beat it into my head that my girls will drive the way they see me drive. So if I have
Really?
my phone in my hand, yeah, I guess there's been
Do I
studies.
drive
done.
like my daddy?
I don't know. Do you?
Are you
I
distracted?
never thought about it.
They don't drive men like
Like my daddy anymore.
Yeah.
He crashed through that garage door.
I mean, I know I drive like my old man.
Well, he was a cop.
Yeah.
You drive like a
I'm
cop?
a great driver.
What are you doing, like spin outs and stuff and chasing?
I'm doing spin outs. They're like spin outs, but slightly cooler. Kimmy, check out my spin out.
Spinning.
Yeah, I mean, you know this. I've never gotten a speeding ticket in my life. I'm a very, very safe driver, driving with my old man.
Okay.
I'm telling you, man.
All right. I watch you do your 3-point turn when you leave here every day.
Damn right. Never touch a curb. K-turn, baby.
By the way, you need to have your brakes checked.
Yes, I know I have to have my brakes checked. I'm going to see my good friends at the Ide Family dealerships this week. They started squeaking Thursday. But I'm on it. 252 WCMF. We got Instagram messages coming in. Duffy on WCMF. The easiest way to get us. This comes in from Bill. He says, if my phone is on a holder in the windshield, can I touch it then?
Oh, like those cradle things with the suction cups?
It's a good question.
But
Well,
that thing's like
you know who's-
constantly in your sight of vision.
But so is your.
So does the big screen.
Yeah, the
if
big
you have
screen.
a screen in your car. And I'm also wondering. I mean, this is gonna really affect is probably like rideshare drivers because I mean they're constantly like accepting rides and looking
yeah.
for directions and stuff.
Can you Google if there's an exception for like a phone in the cradle and a silver spoon?
The one you put up on your dash.
Little boy blue and the man on the moon. When you're driving home, son, I don't know when, because I
We'll get
can't
together.
touch my phone.
Dan.
I mean, I got to be honest with you.
What?
Like, we've had 24 years
Yeah.
of hands-free in the car
Yes.
illegal. So 2 full generations of kids, millennials and Gen Zers, have been driving their whole lives under this rule.
Mm-hmm.
Yet you still see people all the time answering texts,
Oh, yeah.
watching videos, reading stuff on their phone on like 390, 490, 590. Like nobody, Kimmy, seems nervous about getting busted
No.
with their phone out.
That's why I
No.
think that's.
You're not Kimmy.
No, because I mean, like you said, it's pretty obvious when you see somebody doing it. Like they're not hiding it.
I saw a guy on a motorcycle in Henrietta the other day. He was part of like a pack of motorcyclists. He was in the back of the pack. He had his phone out, one hand on the handlebars, the other with the phone, videotaping the rest of the guy's motorcycle.
Oh, they're on a run.
Yeah, but
Oh,
like,
wow. Pretty cool.
like driving with your phone in your hand, dangerous.
Yeah, you think you would have it like one of those GoPro cameras on your head or
Yeah,
something.
but then you look like a dork.
Yeah, true.
Check me out.
Yeah, you look way cooler wiping out holding your phone.
Kimmy, do we have an exception?
So again, just a quick Google search says generally it's permitted if the phone is securely mounted, doesn't obstruct your view, and you're using it for hands-free functions. Like
That's a lot of
voice-
rules.
Like navigation or voice commands. However, actively texting, holding the phone, or manipulating it in a way that distracts from driving is illegal.
All
You
right,
can
Bills.
manipulate.
So maybe touching it would still be illegal,
Yeah.
even if it's
No
in.
manipulation.
You still got to use the hands-free function.
Okay.
What?
I just you make me laugh so hard.
Oh, thank you.
No, because
I
like
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. What?
no, I know that you check. I know you read Facebook posts.
Yeah.
I've never seen you do it. I know you do this in the car because you can't do a show, your job, without doing it. So like, don't sit here and be like, "Oh, my freedom." Like you've got to be the most dangerous man behind the wheel of a car ever. You didn't see that big sign that said "Camera here, speeding work zone." I mean, Kimmy, do you think that it's the older generation or the younger generation? Like, if we were to draw a line at 40, people over 40 or under 40 that are on their phones more when they're driving?
I think the over 40 is going to be more distracted by the phone, but I do think maybe under 40 is probably more guilty.
Yeah,
of
think
it.
of the kids on the road driving. with
But
their
again,
I
like,
mean, I just think that I'm not going to say like the under 40 crowd is better at it. I just think that they've grown up doing it, so they do it more.
it's arrogant to assume that we would be better being distracted drivers. Because that's kind of what you're saying.
phone. So we
Well,
have
but
two
I just
people.
know, like- Oh, go ahead.
We have two people on
Yeah.
in this building that when they post stuff from their cars with the phone, they're holding the phone
Yeah.
and talking and driving at the same time.
Yeah.
well, that could be in a cradle, too.
No, they're holding it.
holding the phone.
You can see how they're holding
Oh,
their phone.
Okay.
And you talk to them every day.
Well, that's not. Well, I'm going to go have a stern talking to him now.
You should.
I'm gonna. Good. Let's take a break.
She doesn't need to be calling her lover every 2 minutes.
Will you stop calling them lovers?
I know, it's really.
If anybody get up a lover?
It's a girlfriend. No, you don't call a guy. You don't say guys have lovers. It's only with same-sex couples, and I don't get why.
Well, it sounds pleasant.
It sounds weird.
What? That's your lover?
Okay, so is my wife, you're going to refer to my wife now as my lover?
Well, I could. I wouldn't know.
Why?
Why?
Because she's a professional doctor. That's demeaning to a doctor.
So it's because she's professional?
Well, she's got a high title. She's a doctor.
Everybody else, though, love her.
Well, if you're not a doctor, if you don't have a title, you're not as high
you
up
don't
on the
call her
social
doctor.
Dr. Lover.
circle. Dude, paging Dr. Lover.
They call me
Dr. Lover.
Okay, let's take a break. You're not going to like this either, man.
I haven't liked anything today.
Seriously, you just been bitching the whole time, and he's going to
As soon as
continue.
I got up.
Look, man, there is a valid reason for this idea. Because I know you want a cashless society.
Yes.
Which is funny because it's not like they're going to take away your ability to pay with a credit card. You just want certain people shut out.
But it's just so easy to do now.
And nobody is taking away your ability to do that.
All right.
Look, I know it feels like.
I'm going to eliminate coin dicks. Let me get out my change holder. I know I got an extra penny in here.
It feels like we are moving towards a
Yeah.
cashless society.
Yeah.
And it may be happening too fast because there are folks who make laws in the great state of New York
Mm-hmm.
who are hearing from their constituents saying, I can't do this anymore.
Oh.
This is a problem in my life.
How is it a problem?
I need you to at least listen
I'm going to listen.
to the argument they are making. Because I do think, despite the fact that it would not affect you or I or Kimmy,
Yeah.
it would have affected us at one point.
Yeah, but that's years ago.
Yeah, for us, not for some people today.
Oh.
We'll get into it next in the break room on CMF. a cashless society, dummy.
Let's do it, buddy.
Seems like just a matter of time.
Yes.
But some folks don't like it. Enough people don't like it, in fact, that state lawmakers are pushing back against it.
Pushing cash on me, are you?
No, they're not doing that. And that's, Kimmy, why does he feel like it has to be one or the other?
I don't think he knows what we're about to say.
These folks want to guarantee that whatever business they walk into, if they don't want to or can't pay with a card, they don't have to.
So businesses can't turn down cash, basically.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30 this morning. Mm-hmm. There is a woman that is in some serious trouble.
Oh, God.
She allegedly provided her underage child with this illegal substance.
Ooh.
And, you know, as we talk about graduation parties and proms and balls the last couple of weeks, alcohol has been big on them.
Big time.
Nobody talks about this, which is weird because I feel like this is maybe not as common, but more common than you think.
Yeah.
But it's not alcohol.
It's not alcohol.
Oh.
Shared between parent and child.
Really?
And, like, the amount of pearl clutching, and don't get me wrong, this is not good. But, Kimmy, I thought everybody knew someone whose parents were, like, doing this with them at some point.
We're cool.
Not cool.
Not cool, man.
Here we go.
Guess we'll find out.
We'll get to it just after 7:30 with Cranky Pants Mutilated here on CMF. It should be illegal to not take cash.
Okay.
That's
legal tenders. That's all right on the bill.
Yes, that's what some state legislators are arguing, trying to make this into law. And a recent bill has passed both New York State houses. If signed by the governor, it would ban retail stores in the state of New York from refusing to accept cash payments.
So would, like Mace over there, he's at a retail store. Would he be forced to? I mean, technically he is because he has a shop.
Yeah, it's a great question. So, like, you know, Innovative Field, where the Red Wings play, it's cashless.
Just recently, too, right?
So the
Bills are
Buffalo
cashless.
Bills, right?
Yeah, I believe every sporting arena in upstate New York is cashless right now.
Seems like it.
So that would have to change.
That's a good question.
But they're technically not a retail store.
But they are selling retail stuff.
Right.
I would imagine they would have to change for this. If
because like places like, I don't know, it's like CMAC and Darien Lake, when you go to a concert now, do they take cash for like the beers and stuff?
I haven't been in a couple of years. I don't know. Party Kimmy?
I've only used a card, so I guess I've never tried to use cash.
Okay. So here's the thing. It's not the norm outside of like major events, but there are places, everyday stores you could walk into that will not take your cash. And now that it's passed both like legislative houses, there isn't really a reason for the governor not to sign this. It should actually just be a matter of time before businesses have to go back to accepting cash in New York State. Is this a good idea?
No, because I mean, if they don't take cash, go shop someplace else that does.
But if I want to go watch a baseball game, I have no choice.
Right.
Go home and watch it on TV.
I can't. They're not on TV.
Oh, the Yankees come on at 4.
I don't have Yes or Apple TV.
Yeah, I mean, what do you got to be so damn old and antiquated. And you're not going to be around much longer anyway. Like these cash people are going to die. And then we'll be done with this.
See, I disagree.
I mean, naturally, you know.
I think there is a group of people you're not thinking about.
Who? Who was left?
Because I remember as a teenager, I dealt in cash all the time because some jobs that you had as a teenager paid you in cash. That was how I didn't have a credit card. So
that's 20 years ago.
That's what you do 20 years ago, he said.
Your ass old.
20 years ago.
Your daughters who are teenagers now, I mean, they don't have a job just yet. So, like, I don't know. I guess I don't know with their phones now how easy it would be for them to use your credit card.
That's a bad argument because, you could just put a card on Apple Pay if they have a phone.
I
Kids
guess.
do that all the time.
All right, I didn't know how strict. Because remember when we were kids, like, stores would be really strict about you using a credit card. You'd have to have, like, proof that it was your parents' credit card.
Not so much anymore. I write the word C-S-E-E, ID on the back instead of signing it.
Oh.
Nobody ever asked me for my card. Or for my ID. But you were saying, I'm sorry.
So old people, and who else?
Okay. There are plenty of reasons why.
Poor people?
Yes, let's talk about that. One, they can't get a credit card, right? And we've both been there, man.
Oh, yeah.
You can make the argument that prepaid cards exist. You can go to the gas station and use those. But those cost money.
Oh, you pay a fee.
Yes, there are fees around every corner, by the way. Activation, some charge you to keep money on the card month to month. That stuff adds up, and it's a poor people tax. That's what that is.
All right.
And maybe you can argue that they can just go get a debit card. But There are some folks that can't use banks. I was one of those people. I was banned from using banks in America because I overdrew my account so much. And on top of that, using a bank is not easy as it used to be. Because if you work a standard job, you can just get direct deposit. Plunked right into your bank account, boom, you're good.
Right.
Kimmy, you brought up teenagers that work in cash. There are also grown-ass people who work primarily in cash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, drug dealers, of course, prostitution.
Okay.
Who else?
Waiters, waitresses, folks that work under the T that you love to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of those side jobs you might have, side hustles.
Getting a bank account is not as easy as it used to be.
Right, because people are underpaid, right? Basically, these people are underpaid. They don't make a living wage.
Not necessarily. I mean, some people make a living wage, just it's under the table.
But they're not doing well financially.
Okay.
Having this, keeping cash around, keeps those wages low
How so?
because they don't have to pay.
Okay.
So if you did away with cash and made it a cashless society and direct deposit, you'd have to pay these people a living wage so then they could get bank accounts and they wouldn't need these debit cards.
What?
So that's what you had to raise the bar. You had to pay them a little bit more money to get them out of poverty.
Oh, that sounds like it's absolutely going to work.
I say right.
Did you really think that was a smart thing you just said? Bro.
Am I doing that thing with my chin?
Minimum wage is $15 right now. That's not a living wage.
No, you got to raise it. I'm saying
Okay,
you
but you're
got
not
to
going to. They're not going to.
They're never going to if you keep if you keep the cash around. They're never going to pay a living wage.
You've had some weird arguments.
But
That's the weirdest argument you've ever heard.
I say cashless raises it floats the boats.
What? Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9263.
Good.
I don't get the issue with giving people the choice to use cash or credit.
Because it's a pain in the ass when you're behind these people. That's my real reason.
Are you serious right now?
Oh my God!
You feel inconvenienced?
Man, when you get in coffee,
Uh-huh.
or when you're at the register and here comes change jerk, or here comes the check, I got to balance my books. Come on, man.
By the way, would check not be usable? I mean, there are.
Oh, I would love to get rid of those old ladies writing checks.
I haven't seen someone write a check in public
I haven't seen it much, but I have seen it recently at Wegmans.
Okay.
And it's like even the cashier's like they got to hit the light, get somebody to come over because they don't know what to do.
Well, you also shop at the oldest Wegmans in America.
Yes, yeah.
252 WCMF. We got folks waiting on hold. I'll get to you guys in a sec. We got messages coming in on Instagram. We're talking about a bill that has passed both houses in New York State. So the governor just has to sign it. It would ban businesses from refusing to accept cash. No more card-only businesses. Doesn't seem there's a reason why the governor wouldn't sign it.
All right.
So all of these places that have been going cashless may have to go backwards. Andrew writes us, cashless means it's easier to track you. Tommy is a big fan of Big Brother. Man! 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Ethan. Hello, Ethan.
Hey, Tommy. So about a year ago, we got a snowstorm, and I had to stop in East Rochester for some gas on the way to work. And I carry cash on me because I'm not a freaking idiot. And they lost power overnight. Their card machines were down. I was the only one in that gas station who got a full tank of gas. Everyone else was stuck there.
Ah!
The power was down?
Power was down. Card machines couldn't boot up.
How'd the
some weird
gas
thing
pumps
with the
work?
internet. Well, the power came back, but the card machines, they kept kicking offline, so no one could use their debit cards.
Sometimes those systems go down.
So
and
and this
yeah.
is and this
I
is
thought he
what-
was lying.
I know, yeah, but
I
the
know,
way
you
you
tried
talk,
to poke a
It was
hole
at
in the
Burn
story.
Dairy in East Rochester, the new one they just put up.
yeah, that one. Ethan, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. So Ethan brings up a good point.
What's that?
I don't understand why businesses want to go
Yeah,
without cash because
at least not have the option, yeah.
like I've been stuck in the situation that Ethan has described where you get to a place and their Wi-Fi's down.
Yeah.
So unless you have cash, you can't pay for anything.
Yeah.
And everybody in line is like, oh, like there's been a couple of restaurants like those ones where like you have to go down the line and you make your whole meal
Yep.
and they're like, sorry, cash only.
But I'm guessing like owners want it because there's no cash, nobody can steal from you. So if
good
everything's
call.
online now, I don't have to
True.
worry about the register getting tapped anymore.
Counterpoint to that, it's also easier for stuff to walk out the door. Free food.
Okay, well, you're never going to mitigate that, but at least I can cut off the cash.
Okay, but now I have the ability for more stuff to leave. So is it going to balance itself out?
I would say yes.
What?
I don't know.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. I mean, Also, businesses pay fees to run those credit card machines.
Yeah.
That's why you see those.
Some do and some
Yeah,
don't. I know, like they won't. Some places won't take a type of card. I know, like American Express sometimes, I guess, charges a lot and they don't take it.
Yeah.
But I don't know about the other ones.
But no, I think every transaction
There's
bangs
a
you
little-
for a
there's
fee.
a little touch,
Yes,
yeah.
in fact, Walmart does not use Apple Pay, or at least not until recently. I'm almost positive, because they don't want to pay Apple the fees that they're demanding.
Oh,
So if I'm taking cash, I'm not paying those fees.
Okay.
What am I missing here? Why businesses would want to move forward? I mean, your theory about the theft is a good theory.
don't have to deal with the cash anymore.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Joe. Joe, you're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Hey, Duffy, good morning.
Yo.
Tommy's completely right, Duffy. That's the reason they're doing it, man. It's the theft. It's the dishonesty amongst employees. And the easiest way to explain this to you, Duff, think about the days of the Bills games when they took cash for parking. You think poor Ralph Wilson saw every $40 bill for every car he came through? You think those guys stood out there on Sunday, Duff, at 9 in the morning, 12 degrees below zero, and just stick $300-400 in their pocket every Sunday?
Okay, but I'll counterpoint you. If I'm the guy taking money and I know someone coming through, if it was cash, you had to watch me do that transaction, right? Now, I can fake you touching my card. Oh, yeah, it went through. What are we going to do? I don't know. Something must have happened. I'm telling you, man, I think there would be more shrinkage, as they call it in the business, than cash being stolen.
Duffy, your personal problems I don't need to hear about.
Ooh, that's your boater, man.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean,
He says you got a
What
small
I'm
boat.
saying is,
Getting older.
with the credit cards came the technology of where they have cameras now too, so they're watching you that way also.
yeah, they got that drone over everyone taking in the credit card payments for the. Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, buddy.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I guarantee you, using the Ralph as an example, that whole place is under security surveillance 100%. They know everyone in and out of there, and they're going to see an employee who's stealing.
That's a Joe guarantee, bud.
Look at that.
Take that to the
Yeah,
bank.
see you later, brother.
See you, buddy. You can't take it to the bank. It's cashless society.
Do you think you spend a little bit more too if you're cashless?
Ooh, that's
yeah.
a good point.
Because I'm thinking,
Yes.
I was thinking about it after this tweet we got from C. Aritz.
Carrots?
Carrots.
Okay.
But C. Aritz. Darien Lake is cashless. Even the games. Some games are like $20. It's an easy way to burn money. Like, I'm thinking how much more money my dad would have spent playing those games
Yeah, that's a good point.
if it was cashless.
Okay, but now Tommy's arguing for these businesses to use psychological warfare to drag more cash out of us.
But that would happen because I know I spend way more now just grabbing my
Without
phone
the-
and buying
yeah.
stuff.
So
Without
why would
the
you
limit.
want that as a consumer?
I like the convenience.
No, you idiot. Hear me out.
I don't know. You idiot.
You're paying.
Attention, all idiots.
You're paying, so you pay attention. You are paying out your ass for the convenience that is not being taken away from you, period.
No, because I can't go. I don't have to get up my ass to go get something. I can just have it delivered to me.
Okay.
I like it.
You can still.
Convenience.
Well, how can I do that with cash?
Well, no, I'm saying you don't need to use the cash. Nobody's stopping you from using your credit card. This bill does not say everyone must use cash all the
And
time.
you're also forcing businesses. You're telling businesses how they can conduct their business.
But that's how we do with everything. You can only accept legal tender. There are things you're allowed and not allowed to do. Don't make up rules that, these have never existed.
well,
except
you're just forcing guys like Mace to do something he finds irrelevant.
Yes, but my counterpoint to that would be stadiums that do this are forcing people who don't want to work in credit out of their establishments. Do I not have a right to go to a baseball game in America?
Were there people at the game on Sunday?
No, there was a whole line of cash people just
Cash people crying.
trying to get in through. It was like the old our gang, hole in the fence. Lucy writes us on Instagram.
Lucy. What is Lucy?
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us.
Yeah.
Lucy, what's a Lucy? It sounds like a 50s rock song. Lucy, what's a Lucy? She writes, you guys haven't even thought about the elderly. My grandpa only spends cash. It would be very hard for him at 81 to live without it. He's never had a credit card in his life.
Baloney.
No, you can't buy bologna. He doesn't have a credit
He
card.
needs to lay out the bologna with his salt. Let me tell you something. You're going to tell me you got an 81-year-old grandfather who never had a credit card.
This is what Lucy's saying.
She's a liar, man.
Why would she lie?
She lies to her mouth, man, because you can't tell, like, it would be impossible. Like, my brother's 78.
Okay.
He's had a credit card most of his adult life. You need one to do anything.
I think you're underestimating the amount of mattress money that still exists in some of these towns.
But they still need a credit card,
There
bro,
are-
or a debit card.
Yeah, you'd think you would need some type
You
of
do.
card at some point.
What do you want from me, man? I don't know the kind of life that Lucy and her family lives.
Unless her grandfather, came out of the 1800s.
Well, he would be very old. She says
Yeah.
he's 81. Do the math, stupid.
I know, so she's a liar.
Okay.
Why do you write a show with your lies? Go take care of your
Write a
husband.
show with your lies. You know who's going to be the most affected by this? People who work on tips.
Yes.
Because I think that maybe they'll still allow you to like tip in cash. I don't really know how. I guess they could regulate that so much. But I would think that people are going to get shorted even more than they probably already are if people can't use cash the way they want to.
I'm trying to think of the last time I laid a cash tip down.
Yeah, but you don't tip well anyway.
Sometimes.
What?
Huh? I said you don't tip well anyway.
I tip
They
good.
call him Tommy T-Rex with him short arms. He even does the T-Rex involuntarily. It's like if you say a dinosaur, he just starts pretending to be that dinosaur. Brian writes us on Instagram. Again, we're talking about this new bill. It has passed both houses of the state legislature. Just needs the governor's signature. It would make it illegal for retail stores in the state of New York to refuse to accept cash payments, meaning that you would have the opportunity to pay both cash and credit. Now, we don't know if this would apply to things like Innovative Field, New Era Field, what is it now, Highmark Stadium?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it would prevent these smaller businesses here in town from doing that. Brian writes us on Instagram. He says, shut up, Duffy. Shut up, New York State. Everybody shut up.
Shut up.
He goes on, this is more useless laws keeping people from doing things they don't want to do. What happened to freedom? What about the freedom to pay with cash, Brian?
You can.
Freedom goes both
Go
ways.
down the street with your cash.
That's not freedom.
Go down to the cash store.
Go down to the cash store. Hi, I'd like to buy some cash from the cash store.
Yeah, Phil Rizzuto's waiting for you down there.
By the way, you can't buy cash. They only take credit. No, I mean, you can't make a freedom argument if I don't have the freedom to pay cash if I want to.
Well, it's freedom to run your business how you want to run.
Okay, but how about my freedom to be able to do transactions the way that I prefer with legal tender? In God we trust, right? What do you hate? Wait, look at you. Look at you. Bringing God into this. Trying to eliminate God from our society. Lisa writes us, even parking attendants use the square so they have nothing on them in cash.
Oh yeah, it's got to make life so much easier for them.
Oh, God, you don't have to count cash in
Yeah.
the cold.
Yeah, but I heard Joe, they doesn't give him the opportunity to steal all the money all the time. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
I'm surprised, Kimmy, so many people on social media this weekend, when they saw this story, freaked out the way they did.
What happened?
Now, don't get me wrong. This is not a great story. Obviously, you should not do this with your child. But, Kimmy, if this was a story about underage drinking, I don't think the surprise would have been there.
Yeah.
And I was.
I don't know how people who have this kind of thing at home, how they feel about this story. Like regular users of this thing.
Okay. Because
I think it's even kind of shocking to them too.
Oh, people that do it. Really?
Yeah.
I thought
I don't know if it's as
What are they
wide
doing?
open as we think it
And
is.
it ain't drinking.
Quiet over there. We're talking.
No, but it's not
Whether-
drinking.
No, it's not drinking.
What's left?
Look, whether or not you're okay with this, I thought everybody had someone in their past that knew someone who either did this with their parents or did this with their kids.
Oh.
We'll tell you what it is. Take a breath.
Oh, yeah.
Next here in the break room. Let's CMF. this time of year, high school grad parties and such.
Yeah.
You hear a lot about kids drinking with their parents. But there are other ways to imbibe with mom and dad's permission.
Oh.
This story shocked a lot of people over the weekend. And, saying this is bad is totally understandable. However, there may be more of this going on than people think.
Oh.
And I don't just mean recently. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45, 7:50. Now that Father's Day is finished, we look to our next holiday, past Juneteenth, 4th of July.
Yeah.
And getting ready for the 4th of July is all about loading up with fireworks. I have in front of me the most popular fireworks that are all illegal in New York State that dads will be going to Pennsylvania to get.
The type of firework?
Nope, I just have names. And it turns out, Kimmy, that the easiest way to make your fireworks successful is to give it the most ridiculous name possible. And we'll get to it just after 7:45, 7:50 here in the break room on CMF. A 44-year-old woman has been arrested after police say she allowed her child, a minor, to consume a cannabis brownie.
Oh, an edible, basically.
Marijuana baked goods.
Okay.
So there's a little bit to this story. Authorities say this all started at a party of the home of the 44-year-old woman, a man who is unnamed, and a child the two have in common. That's the way it's written in the story.
Right.
So mom, dad, child. Police were called initially to the home for a domestic disturbance. And that's where police say they uncovered the other situation.
Right.
Police say the brownie was homemade, and they had plenty of marijuana to make it with. Because according to police, this 44-year-old woman is also facing charges for having more plants than she is legally allowed to have in New York State.
Okay.
Tommy, you are allowed 6 mature plants and 6 immature plants. Police say they found 21 immature plants, which were then seized. By the way, just a quick sidebar.
A lot of marijuana.
It is a lot of marijuana.
Eventually, yeah.
But, it's funny. We've talked a couple of times about you can have the 6 plants, 6 of each, and people
Yeah.
call them, how are you going to find out what I got? Well, this would be how.
Yeah.
Okay.
This woman was arrested for endangering the welfare of a child, amongst other charges. She has a court date coming up. So, Tommy, with this story hitting over the weekend, there has been a lot of pearl clutching, a parent allowing their kid to get high.
Yeah.
Massive reaction. And if the allegations are true, obviously this is not good. The woman should be punished. Now, let's keep in mind, too, we have no idea what the age of the kid is at the center of the allegation.
Yeah.
So, okay. But I am surprised there aren't more people aware of folks getting high with their kids.
Because I've known this for years. I mean, I knew guys that talked about it, getting high with their kids.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, Kimmy, did you know people who got high with their parents?
Not until later. Like, I always felt like even parents that had no problem like drinking in front of their kids, potentially letting their kids drink with them, they were still weird about marijuana. Like, they didn't want their kids to know that they smoked or consumed marijuana until like later on.
Okay.
Because I know parents that like their kids, not that they smoked together, but they smoked in the house.
And they knew their kids were doing it.
Yeah.
So they did what this woman
And that
is
never
accused of
really
doing.
shocked me. And I always found it weirder when somebody offered a kid a can of beer than like just laying around getting high.
It's the same thing.
I mean,
I know, but I to me it was just like, well, you're just laying around getting high. He's not going to get in any trouble where the kid could get drunk and, get a little crazy.
I guess I knew parents that
It mellows you out.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to touch on this before we move on.
What?
There are lots of things that can go wrong when your kid gets high. Have you not seen that commercial with the
Slowly. You can get in trouble slowly.
kids? Okay. Look, man.
It's the tortoise and the hare. man.
Okay. Look. I am surprised that people are surprised by this.
Yeah.
I think
am.
what it is the providing the marijuana. Because I think that there were plenty of parents that, looked the other way when their kid was smoking or were openly fine with it. I don't know a lot of them that actually, like, provided the stuff for them.
What's the difference?
I think it's just that's where they felt like they drew the line of being a
Buying
parent.
it?
But what's the difference?
Keep my budget down?
No, but I mean, in all honesty, if we're going to
Yeah,
talk
I
about
never even thought about that. I just assume,
Yeah.
it was the family pot.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. To the folks listening, how common was it to have someone in your life, or were you someone who either smoked with your parents or allowed your kids to smoke? I witnessed it. And it was always that weird time between like high school graduation and becoming like a real adult, like the college years, I guess people not us would call it.
Yes.
Right? But like it never happened in my house, obviously.
Yeah.
But I thought this is something lots of families did. I knew 3 kids when they were, I guess, one of them was in high school, whose parents insisted on buying their marijuana because they were afraid their kids were going to buy things that had like bad stuff.
Oh,
in it.
yeah. Like bad Halloween candy.
And again, I'm not defending it. I got a problem with it. But I was shocked when this story came out, the social media reaction, how many people in the greater Rochester area were like, oh, my God, a parent smoking or allowing their kid to imbibe in marijuana. I mean,
I can even remember as a kid, because I got a lot of family in Auburn.
Yeah.
And I knew some of those kids, like, openly got high in the house. And I used to always freak my parents out.
All right,
You know what I mean?
Can I ask a question?
And that was from an older generation.
No, I get what you're saying. But then again, that older generation also would have been more open, depending on who they were, to smoking when they were kids.
No, but
You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking, these are like my parents' age.
Oh, okay. So we're talking
Ancient.
greatest generation. Before
Yeah.
you guys ruined everything.
Yeah.
Because
those kids also smoked. They just smoked cigarettes.
Sure.
And they were underage.
Yeah. That was the other thing, too. I have vivid memories of like 15, 16, 17-year-old kids just openly burning heaters at like, parties. And no parents ever said anything. Some parents smoked cigarettes with them.
Yeah.
It was a very different time.
Both of my brother and sister smoked in high school, and my dad smoked. So when we were in the car, the three of them would have cigarettes.
Well, I mean, we talked about this before. There were plenty of local high schools that had smoking rooms.
Oh, yeah,
for
back in the
kids,
day.
Yeah, that were 18 years old with parents' permission. Now, it's funny, when you look at this story of this 44-year-old woman accused of providing her child, unknown age, a cannabis brownie. It does have all the markers of parents who were still getting high, passing it on to the kids if the allegations are true. Home grower, people over for a party according to the allegation, bad decision, boom.
A lot of different areas to judge that parent on.
But, Kimmy, those were always the type of parents I remember passing this along to underagers when I was a kid, right? They had it at home. They grew it at home. They had people over all the time, and it's like, yeah, just go ahead.
Did you know a lot of home growers?
Not a lot.
Because I was going to say, I always figured they got it from somewhere else. I didn't know anybody growing up that had their own plants.
I didn't. I did, but it was also because I lived in the South.
Yeah.
Difference.
So to his point, there were a couple of kids, actually I knew, who lived out your way that had a lot of land, whose parents just had it on
but
the land.
But that person usually provided it to a bunch of people.
Well, but it was their parents.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
I didn't know a lot of people that had their own growing system.
I'll be honest, I never
until
thought
recently.
I never thought about it until now. I don't know if they were selling. I mean, it was like their mom and dad's stash, so I never really asked any questions.
I definitely knew kids in Florida that their parents grew it, right around the house. It was in the garden.
You bring up something interesting talking about Auburn. Is there a cultural difference here? Because now that I'm thinking about it, every parent I knew that was cool with their kids doing this or did it with them, getting high, were country-ish people.
Could be.
Is it a rural thing? More common in rural areas? Because this story is from a rural area.
Getting high. Nobody around. You're not under the thumb all the time.
You're doing it again.
Those were...
But
you're going down a road. You've already been anti-New York State government for everything. Here we go now under the thumb. What are you, Mick?
You don't have deputy dog breathing down on you.
To make sure underage kids aren't getting high, I think that's a fair thing to do.
No, but I'm thinking it's a different lifestyle.
Okay. That's fair. No, saying it's a different lifestyle is different than you being like, yeah, man, coming down on you trying to get your 16-year-old kid high. What happened to freedom?
I was just thinking the kids that lived out their ways, that was always the big underage drinking spots, but I don't remember it being huge for smoking or I guess in terms of parents being
sharing.
cool with it.
Is it possible that everyone knew you were a narc, so you never got to find out about it?
No, I mean, I remember kids smoking. It just wasn't provided. It wasn't like the parents were open about providing it for you.
But they did call you Kimmy Narcs, right?
No.
Narc and Kimmy?
Narc and Kimmy.
What's interesting about this new recreational cannabis law, and I say new, it's been years now, right? With all the pearl clutching going on in the comments about this story, there are folks arguing, of course, that the legalization of marijuana is going to lead to this story and is going to lead to more stories like this.
Yeah.
But I disagree. In fact, I think it helps stop it because
of the judgment?
Well, no. Back in the day when we were in high school, there was no legal age for smoking marijuana. It was illegal.
Yeah.
It was
just
yeah.
If there were parents who were okay with their kids getting high,
they already knew they were doing something
but
illegal.
they decided they were going to pick an age for them, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it was 16, sometimes it was 18, anywhere in between. Now, the legally okay age is 21 years old. So it's not like as a parent who wants to allow their kid to get high, you can be like, well, I'm making a decision for my family. Law states it's 21. Yes.
Yeah.
So like it leads to one, I think the overall social idea of it changing, where alcohol is 21, marijuana is 21, and like parents today don't have the ability to say, well, yeah, I think they're old enough because there's an actual age where the government says you are old enough.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. There's a line.
Now you're afraid to say things.
No, I'm listening.
No, you're afraid to say stuff.
No.
Because you think it should be okay for parents to get high with their kids.
I think so.
But do you have an age in your head though? Because I feel like you're thinking older kid, like 17 years old.
I'm trying to think.
It could be a younger kid.
So I had this one buddy when I was at this Christian school, and I remember going over to his house, and they lived out. They lived in this town. I'm not making up the name of this town. They lived in Indian Town.
You just made that up.
No, you can look it up. It's Indian Town.
Okay.
It's in I think it's still in Palm Beach County.
Okay.
So they lived out there a ways. So the first time I went out to his house, it's country, man. It's redneck. It's country. A lot of Confederate flags. So I'm figuring when I go to this kid's house, it's going to be like, walking into a Marine camp, right?
Sure, yeah.
His parents were like big, like laid back people, and he got high with his parents, and I want to say he was 15, 16 years old, and the house smelled like weed. They both got high, they drank, and the kid got high with him, and I was like shocked, and I didn't want to tell my parents because I wanted to go back. Because he lived in like it was almost like these in this really heavy hick town. There was like 4 or 5 of these people. They just kind of like found these couples kind of like found each other. They might have been swingers. I don't know.
It was like a commune?
No, but there was this neighborhood, like and I remember this one guy, his neighbor. He reminded me of the comedian Ron White.
Okay.
He was older guy, always had a cocktail in his hand, and he was always smoking a cigarette and just walk around the neighborhood being a wise ass. Like, oh, this is like the coolest neighborhood in the world. But they got openly high, and the kid got high. So, like, I never knew this when he came to school, that he was already baked in the morning.
I see. And his parents' permission.
Yeah. And that kid, he's fine.
You don't know that.
I know. What do you mean he's fine?
Well, I haven't heard from him in a while.
Again, you finish these stories with everything worked out, but
they were professional people. They had money.
Look, I'm not judging someone for getting high, right? Like
I don't think it hurts your kid getting a little.
There are several scientific studies that show it hurts your kid. I mean, there's no debating it anymore.
Well, that would have destroyed this country because so many people got high as kids.
It would have destroyed this country.
Look at this country.
We
just had a beautiful parade this weekend. Everybody enjoyed themselves. Most of our planes land on time.
How do you keep saying such
except for Newark. No, we're good. We're good.
If we look at it from the other point of this, right? Because we're looking at it from parents and the kids. I always kind of judge the kids who got high with their parents because, like, you're getting high with your mom, man. You know what I mean? Like, it made marijuana
made it less cool.
Yes, it made marijuana look less cool.
No, but like you have to have like these, like this kid that I'm describing. Mm-hmm. He had like really cool looking parents. Mm. You know what I mean?
Did those kids? I mean, if they're
he had a good looking mom. That helps.
I'm sure that helped him getting high with his hot
No, but like
mom.
she looked more of like, somebody cool.
It's your mom.
It wouldn't be like Edie burning one with you.
I wouldn't want to get high with my mom or dad. Would you want to get high with your mom or dad?
Her dad, yes. I would want to get high with her dad.
Well, yeah,
I would love to get high with her.
You're his age. Like, think through this. Would you want to get high with your dad?
No.
Okay.
I would get high with your dad. Your dad would be a riot.
You know what? I don't know if my dad would be a riot.
He's a gas.
He may turn normal.
No, he's always got the zingers.
As an adult, like I wouldn't have an issue doing that. Like with my parents.
No, you wouldn't. No, you'd have no. I would. That sounds like torture.
No.
It sounds like it would take the temperature of the house down a notch. Like if my parents got high, it would have been so much easier to navigate that house.
Okay, you do something that bothers.
Next thing you know, man, like a C- would look groovy, man.
You do something that bothers me.
What do I do? What do I do?
I am on the record as being pro legal marijuana.
Yeah, but you're a square.
I'm not a square.
You're a legal square.
No, here's what you do.
You
always take everything too far, where now you have marijuana as this miracle drug that solves all problems and has no negative consequences.
I listen, man, there's always an action and a reaction.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, I think in a parental household that seems to be a little tense, a little pot might cool things down.
Okay, there will also be negative consequences.
Always so, Pat, but
Shut up.
it's always a give and take. You listen. Everything has a red flag, right?
Uh-huh.
You just have to learn to accept those flags.
Yeah, but it's just weird you haven't brought up any kind of consequence until I had to force it into the conversation.
What's the consequence of having a little bit calmer household?
Well, no, but see, when you put it like that,
Well, I'm asking.
because the household may not become calmer the way that you're describing
Okay,
it.
so a bill doesn't get paid and the water's turned off for a couple of days, man.
Good luck with your cottonmouth, bro. You know, the weirdest thing about the reaction
Yeah.
from this story, again, we're talking about this 44-year-old woman. She was arrested after police say she provided her underage child, do not know how old the kid was, with a cannabis brownie. It came from a domestic call. Initially, there was a party going on. Police say when they got there, they also found 21 immature pot plants, which is way more than you're allowed to have. Those were confiscated. She's been charged with a whole bunch of stuff, including endangering the welfare of a child. But, like, it's been a whole bunch of, I can't believe parents are allowing their kids to get high, which, again, we've been having this conversation. We're in a scary time of the year for teenage kids right now.
Well, summer. Was it 100 dangerous days of the year?
100 deadliest days.
Yeah.
Drinking, drugging, driving.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked at length the last month or two about kids and drinking and parents that will allow it. We are very anti-giving your kids alcohol. But every time that comes up, our phone lines fill. And we get tons of messages. People arguing for letting kids drink.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't see that support with this story.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
People don't see it as dangerous?
Well, no. I'm saying that people seem to see the marijuana as more dangerous than the alcohol. Because if this story was police find 44-year-old woman allowing her child to drink a bottle of wine, I don't think there would have been the same reaction, Kimmy. I think there would have been people defending that woman.
I guess because everybody drinks more.
Okay, so it's more common.
And it's been legal since the 1930s to get drunk in this country.
Okay, that's a good explanation.
Yeah.
All right, everybody hold. I'm sorry, we've been rambling this whole time, much like we were sitting around smoking. We got to move on. You know what you should never do?
She never do.
You should never get high and do fireworks. That's a bad idea. And despite the fact that fireworks also illegal in New York State, there will be dads, and always dads, racing to the Pennsylvania border.
Make the annual trip.
You got it, to load up and come back. And we have in front of us a list of the most popular fireworks sales in the last year. And it turns out the easiest way to sell your firework is to give it the most ridiculous name possible. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you, man. You know, you like to think that we're like advancing as a society.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
species,
yeah.
And then you see stories like this and realize, nope.
What happened?
Well, look, man, if you want to sell these to people, it turns out you just have to have the most stupid, ridiculous name possible for us to just throw all our money at you.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So Father's Day is over. Juneteenth is on Thursday, and then we are into 4th of July weekend.
Yeah, full on summer, man.
You got it. And 4th of July on a Friday this year? Oh, buddy.
I give that one thumb because I lost the other one.
So soon, there will be fathers racing to the New York border
Oh, yeah.
Man.
to buy illegal fireworks in Pennsylvania. Keep in mind, the state troopers have been doing patrols the last couple of years to catch you guys bringing
At the border?
Yes, even past the border.
Yeah, well, that's why they got to put that wall up.
And I have in front of me the list of the most popular fireworks sold in the last 12 months.
Okay.
And it turns out, Tommy, if you want your fireworks to sell well,
Yeah.
you just have to give it the dumbest name possible. For example, you can get yourself a Popo magnet.
Popo magnet? That is awesome.
On the cover, it's got a cop car with, like, lights and sirens. It's a 36-shot from a box-like thing that goes up in the air.
Oh, so it launches them like,
So you light it once and it just
and
goes.
it just goes up. The Popo.
The Popo magnet.
Okay.
Buy this to get arrested.
Yes.
I'll do it.
The man will be in your neighborhood.
You can buy the Patriot Punch.
Ooh.
This one kind of seems really disrespectful. It's got soldiers from all 4 branches of the military saluting on the box, and then you set them on fire.
Oh, like they're the actual.
No, it's on the box, but you
Oh,
set the
gotcha,
box on
gotcha.
fire.
Okay,
So
I
it's like,
see-
all
I
right,
see
thank
what
you for
you're
your service. Whoa. There's one called Impending Danger.
Sounds like a warning label.
That's the name of the
Yeah.
firework. By the way, if you get hurt using Impending Danger, no one should feel sorry for
Well,
you.
you got your money's worth.
They didn't lie to
Right?
you.
Yeah.
Can you imagine getting to the hospital? What happened? I lit a box on fire that said impending danger. You could, going down the list of the highest selling fireworks, you can go get yourself in Pennsylvania what's called a light and run. No directions needed. But my favorite of all time is what's called the Death Blossom.
Blossom?
Death Blossom. It's one of those things. It's like you light
It
the fuse and then it
opens.
opens up.
Oh, wow.
The Death Blossom.
Okay.
And it kind of
I
feels.
think I married one of those ones.
It kind of feels like there is a contest
Yeah.
to give either the most American or the most dangerous sounding name to every firework.
I love the Popo magnet.
Why would you want a Popo magnet?
But it's dangerous, buddy. Cops are looking for me.
Okay.
I'm on the
Cops
run
show
with
up.
my fireworks.
So the cop show up and you're like, oh, I'm sorry.
Did you know this
It
was
wasn't
illegal?
me, it was him.
Did you know this was illegal as you're holding the Popo magnet?
I also wonder too, because like advertisers will use certain like colors and stuff to attract certain buyers. Like, what colors do they use to attract men?
Red.
Yeah, it's a lot
You
of,
know,
he's
like
right.
all like the brightest
It's
of
a
colors.
lot of red and black. Because I can remember, like, the famous firecracker was the Black Cats.
Yep.
And it was always a red and black wrapper with gold.
No, he's right. It's the most over the top,
Yeah.
danger.
Yeah, it's like something that would attract a Raider fan.
Okay, so now that we know the most popular fireworks in America have the dumbest names, this makes us all dumb, doesn't it?
Sure. But, I mean, fireworks are dumb.
Well, it doesn't make
Right?
you
It's-
dumb. It makes you 12.
Which is dumb.
You're dumb at 12. You're a dumb person at 12.
You're the dumbest a man will ever be as when you're 12.
All right, let me put it this way.
Yeah.
You wouldn't go buy a chainsaw called the Arm Mangler.
Right.
Good point.
You wouldn't go get a set of knives called the Tip Takers.
Yeah.
There is no other product in the world you would spend money on advertising, this is gonna hurt you.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe hot sauce. Hot sauce is the only exception.
Okay. But that's just your rectum.
You
And
just say
do not put your fireworks there.
No, but I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
every one of these fireworks is advertising, this will hurt you and is dangerous. Name me another product we buy where they advertise, this is bad and will hurt you. And you're like, God, I want all of it. I want all of it.
The more dangerous the name, the better.
Well, because you make it sound more badass when I
Yeah.
light it off.
Okay, but, like, cars are badass, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't buy a Ford Widowmaker,
Yeah.
right?
True.
Like, it's so stupid. What are we doing? And, like, here's the thing. Like, the car is functional. The chainsaw is functional. The
Yeah.
knives are functional. Fireworks are not functional.
So it's just fireworks and hot sauce.
That's it. Fireworks and the hot sauce, even you could argue, is functional. And I will admit, I am taken in by the funny hot sauce name.
The poo-poo burner.
We could probably do better than that. But yes, something like that. 252 WCMF. We have in front of us a list of the most popular selling fireworks of the last 12 months in America, and they're all ridiculous. The Popo Magnet, the Patriot Punch. There's one called Impending Danger. There's one called Light and Run. Do you have any sympathy for a man that hurts himself lighting off fireworks?
Not really.
No?
No.
So, like, if a buddy lost 2 fingers, you wouldn't feel bad for that guy?
I mean, you're being an ass. And you know that buddy. You know that buddy's that's going to lose 2 fingers. At some point, if you know that guy long enough, he's going to lose 2 fingers.
Do you have sympathy for those people, Kimmy?
That get hurt.
Get hurt setting off fireworks.
A little bit, because I know you're doing it to show off, but you're also doing it to put on a show for the neighborhood, right? Like, you are trying to bring some joy to people in the process.
But that's not what you buy them. It's that spreading joy. You're trying to look cool. Like, let me.
Well,
so,
both. It's a mixture of both.
I handled those fireworks drunk when I was in my mid-30s, right?
Yeah.
So let's say
Like, if you're just doing it on your own, yes.
I was with a group of people my age. We're all drinking and carrying on. So let's say I lost 2 fingers.
Yeah.
Back then. And every once in a while I bring up, God damn, Pat, my hand's killing me today, you know?
Yeah.
Goddamn firework accident. You would laugh your ass off.
I 100% would.
Yeah.
But I also know you personally.
But I am that guy.
Not anymore, though.
No, but I was that guy.
Okay.
I was drunk coming home from a water park, bought Southern fireworks. Which some of those you could win a war with.
No, but I think Kimmy's right.
But
your situation is kind of a different picture.
Yeah.
Like a dad that goes to Pennsylvania, buys the fireworks.
The biggest, best show for everybody.
Yeah, like you can make the argument he has charity in his heart to give everyone a show. You were just shooting Roman candles at your buddies in your 30s while drunk.
You were using them as weapons.
Again,
Kinda.
After an unplanned trip to a water park in jean shorts.
In a group. Like, we were a group.
What do you want to do today? Water park? I'm in jean shorts. Who cares? Let's go. No one with children?
One of them had kids.
That is way different.
Yeah.
That is way different. All right, let's take a break. You're not going to like this.
No.
This is just lighting up to be the angriest Tommy show of all time. Because, let's see here. We talked about people that come to work sick. You hate those people. Mm-hmm. We talked about this new, you can't touch your phone in the car. You freaked out about that.
No touching.
We talked about the state of New York looking like they're going to ban cashless businesses. You freaked out there. You have no problem with parents giving their kids marijuana, it seems, right? You want to buy the arm mangler chainsaw. You wanted wine in grocery stores for a very, very long time. Yeah. Well, I got some bad news.
But they're not going to do it.
We'll get into it next year in the break room. On CMF! Someone in this room believes it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
And that may well be the case. But if it is,
Mhm.
we'll have to wait longer than you thought.
Man, what is this jerking around town?
People are resistant to change. And there are some folks making the argument that if this is allowed,
Yeah.
it will be a slippery slope to things you could never imagine inside your grocery
Oh,
store.
my God.
Can you just listen?
I'm listening.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:25, 8:30. You know, food is expensive.
Oh, yeah.
You got to do everything you can to stretch the budget.
Mm.
And it turns out we got some really good news.
What's that?
Free meat.
Oh, your mom's in town? Oh, the free meat.
Shut-
you can eat.
Shut up.
Eat the whole thing.
Shut up.
The old mom meat truck.
Well, in New York, it is legal if you find it to take it. We'll explain just after 8:30. Shut up. Here in the break room on CMF.
Isn't that what they wrote in their yearbook?
What's that?
Take all you want.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
the discussion about wine being sold in New York State grocery stores has been going on for years.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's been a debate ever
Since I moved here.
like, well, yeah, and it really ramped up. I feel like just after COVID there
Yep.
for a second.
Yep,
Yeah.
all rules went
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
And really, the last 12 months, it's been kicked into overdrive. So much so, it seemed that there had been a compromise reached.
Okay.
The idea, which, by the way, was our idea. We came up with this idea.
We did?
Yes, we did.
Oh.
Was to allow only New York State wines to be sold in places like Wegmans and Tops. Those stores would now have the opportunity to carry wine. New York State businesses, the wineries, would get a major boost in visibility, and liquor stores would still have exclusive stuff you could only get there. It
Your
was a
California's, your Australian wine.
and all liquors.
Yeah.
It was a win, win, win. Well, last week, state lawmakers said they expect to leave Albany for the year without passing the legislation needed to make this happen.
Look at this. So they can pull the trigger on it.
They could, but they're not going to. And who knows if they have the votes to pass it? We don't know.
So does that, all right, so you would only sell just New York, like Finger Lakes wine.
Anything made in New York, you would be allowed to
Right.
sell in a grocery store was part of the compromise. And then going back the other way, it would allow liquor stores to sell things like chips, snacks, and mixers.
Okay, yeah.
So that was the compromise.
All right.
All right. So here's the thing. If wine in grocery stores is to happen, it's going to take at least another year. And you look very disappointed.
Yeah, because you're not getting all the wine. Even if you're a wine drinker.
Yeah.
Like, I'm guessing New York State's not known for all the wines, right? I mean, like are they? Is there red wine good? Is there white wine? I know, like, the big one I know that people drink here is Riesling, which is like a sweet
We are known
white
for
wine.
our white wines more than the reds.
But that
I think
Riesling
you
is
could
like
probably
known as
find-
like it's really good.
I don't know.
don't know.
Maybe.
No,
You could be
Kimmy,
right.
it's known as like it's really good. Is what I heard.
That's all I know about the wine.
Okay.
But like, if you like your California reds, you want your Australian wine.
Yeah, I
all
mean,
that
if
other
you
stuff,
if you enjoy a certain type of
like
wine,
$3
this
a
may
bottle.
not be for you. But I guess if maybe just your average wine drinker could find something that they like.
it just sounds like they're just putting the tip in.
All right. No, they're not putting anything in. Nothing's happening.
Well,
you're saying
eventually-
even with the compromise.
Right, you're not getting much.
Well, but you're getting enough. I feel like that. Okay. Stop.
I did a mini.
Stop doing the mini J.
I did the mini.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There are some things you need to know as we have this discussion. 40 other states in America allow wine sales in grocery stores.
40.
So this would not be unique.
Yeah.
And 75% of New York State residents back this grocery wine compromise.
Okay, so it should be a dunk.
Seems like a no-brainer, right?
Right.
Well, a new problem has shown up for liquor stores.
What's that?
They argue that even this compromise is going to bury mom and pop places. Don't yell.
I'm not saying a word.
Okay. Because
Jesus.
there is something else that no one saw coming that liquor stores say is hurting them.
What's that?
Last year, distilled spirit sales were down around 15%. And it is believed
Hard
that
liquors.
Yes. And it's believed that happened because of the legalization of marijuana in New York State.
Oh, so we're not hitting the sauce as much.
And it actually makes sense, the timing. Like, Kimmy, in the beginning of last year, dispensaries finally started opening in mass quantities, right?
Yeah.
Research has suggested that now that New Yorkers have access to legal marijuana, it is hitting liquor stores hard. And the argument is, from these liquor
Yeah.
stores, even with state-only wines at the grocery store, you are going to bury mom-and-pop businesses that are already hurting from the loss of sales. Are you okay with that?
Well, but yeah, because like your business is a little bit BS because you've been protected all this time from everything else. So like you've had a free run here because you're the only show in town.
Man
So
on
this-
radio show says
It's a BS.
other business has been protected.
So now,
You're not gonna, you don't want to go down
What,
that road.
what,
You don't want to go down that
what,
road.
what?
We have an
What?
FCC
What?
license. Stop
But you know what I'm
protecting
saying?
it. No, I don't know what you're saying.
your business has been like insulated for so long, but like eventually competition's going to show up.
So you want wide open free market economy is what you're saying?
Isn't that what this country was built on? Free enterprise?
No, it wasn't.
And convenience?
No, free. If it was free enterprise, you'd be selling your kidney to try and buy dinner.
You can do that?
No, you can't. It's illegal. We talked about that
Okay,
last
you
week.
see, you talk about me going extreme. Now you got my liver on the table.
I said kidney.
Well, whatever. Yeah, you wouldn't want my liver.
I mean, Kimmy, now that we know that these liquor stores have been hit around 15%, the compromise says it'll bury them. Are you still okay with moving forward with the wine compromise in grocery stores?
It just kind of feels like it's only a matter of time,
Okay.
you know?
So you don't care about the mom and pop grocery stores?
No,
You want to see
I do.
families
For me,
collapse, children starve.
Here's the thing: as somebody
communities
who's
dissolve.
all about convenience, I'm still probably going to go to like the closest place right around the corner from me if I need something like that.
Okay.
You know, I don't know how often I personally am going to be seeking this out at the grocery store.
But like, unless
I don't know if it'll take away. I guess for me, I don't know about other people, obviously, but it wouldn't deter me from still going to the mom and pop place that I always go to.
Okay.
But if you don't have a lot of time, like running into Wegmans, I can grab a bottle of booze while I'm shopping,
Yeah.
get my pharmacy, and get out of there.
Good combo, by the
Get the
way.
pharmacy.
Alcohol and pharmaceuticals.
Well, you know, I'm at that age, so it's so much easier.
I
Like I
understand.
was pissed off when they took the dry cleaner out of Wegmans,
Oh my, yeah, because you were the only guy using it.
but it was right there. You drop your clothes off, go shopping, grab the booze, get the pills. You're out of
Yeah,
it.
no, you're describing a free market economy where
Yes.
there was no need for it anymore. So you were pro free market a second ago. Now bring it. I command the government to put back the dry cleaner in the Wegmans.
I also don't know price wise, is it going to be more expensive in grocery stores than it is in the, because I'm thinking like a lot of the places I've been to, like the mom and pop places, they have like rewards programs, reasons you may be going back again and again to build up your points or whatever. And that, like the discount that you're getting from that might keep you going to there as opposed to the grocery store.
I think you guys are both grossly underestimating the power of convenience.
All right, so take the beer industry, right?
Yeah.
All these craft beers
Yeah.
and all these joints like Three Heads, who sell in Wegmans, and they also sell in other places. It doesn't seem to hurt their business at all.
It's the wrong argument.
Yeah, because the
Stick around, I
liquor
got
store
more.
isn't producing their own liquor
Yeah.
and selling it in
But
grocery
I'm saying, but
stores.
it's not hurting those mom and pop joints that sell in their own stores and sell in Wegmans.
No, the argument would
But
be.
you're buying their product.
Yeah, let me explain. The argument wouldn't be for Three Heads. The argument would be for a place like AJ's Beer Warehouse in Henrietta,
Yeah.
like that sold all those beers. Have you
Yeah.
been there lately?
No, why?
Because they closed. I'm sorry, what were you saying a second ago?
But they wait a minute. They closed.
They are not there anymore.
Well, because it probably was a bad spot.
Yeah, that was there for like 20-something years?
Well, you know, it grew on people.
Yeah, did it
But
grow?
sucked.
Did it stop?
So the
No,
beer.
so-
So there's no beer warehouse.
Beers of the
anymore?
World still exists. I
Yeah.
don't know what their situation is right now.
Yeah, they had like 2 or 3 stores.
Yeah. Now it's just one guy in a wooden stand that says beer and paint on it sideways. The E is backwards. No, I don't know. I mean, maybe Beers of the World is still doing well. It was an unequivalent argument.
Okay.
Don't get mad at me because you're dumb. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If wine in grocery stores is going to work here in New York State, it's at least going to be another year. Lawmakers say they are leaving Albany before coming to a decision. And again, the compromise that it seemed everybody had reached was that New York State-produced wines would be legally allowed to be sold in Wegmans, Tops, places like that. Everything else would still be exclusive to liquor stores, and liquor stores would then get the ability to sell like soda, mixers, chips, and peanuts. But liquor stores are arguing, even with that compromise, being so little,
Yeah.
they've taken a 15% hit from what they believe is the legalization of marijuana. This would bury them here. Now, when I say I think you underestimate the power of convenience, you are not a wine person.
No.
I am not a wine person, but I like beers. And there are times where I prefer a specific beer, right? Where I'll go into Wegmans and I'll look for it. But let's
They
say
gotta have that goddamn beer.
you're not listening to what I'm saying.
What?
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
Yeah.
Go ahead, 'cause that's okay. Touch your little beer butt.
Is your
What's
mouth
it-
okay?
what's
I'm the
it-
hungover one. You're a So look at doing it.
Passionate.
He's an early Schwarzenegger movie today. Who got Conan the Barbarian? Kimmy,
Anyways.
What?
If I am on my way to a cookout or watching a Bills game,
Yeah.
and I'm going to run into a gas station to grab beer, if they don't have the beer that I love, I'll just find a beer that works for me.
Okay.
The power of
You'll-
convenience
yeah,
wins.
yeah.
So if
You're
I'm
going to
in
get the closest thing.
exactly, if I'm in Wegmans and I need a bottle of wine, sure, maybe this isn't what I prefer, and yes, it helps out New York State, but I think the idea that people will still be flocking to mom and pop liquor stores because they have preferences is wrong.
So you think it's going to kill the smaller liquor guy?
I do. And I've been on record as saying this.
Well, maybe they just had to adjust their business plan.
How would you propose they do that?
They got to cut back, man.
That's always...
Back.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, let's put more money in the pockets of big business. That's a good idea. Everything's worked so far doing that the last couple of years.
No, but they say they just sell hard liquor now and a little less wine.
But that's the other interesting argument here.
Right.
Because
I know the hard liquor's down.
No, there is another argument that is gaining traction against wine at grocery stores, period.
Why's that?
If you allow wine at grocery stores, well, what is allowed next? Which is funny.
Which is what?
Well, they're talking about guys like you. Because, Tommy, you don't drink wine.
No, I drink booze.
Yeah, but you want wine in grocery stores.
I want liquor. I want it all.
Exactly.
I want it to be like Louisiana,
Exactly.
a fine state
You are
with no problems.
You are fighting for wine in grocery stores because you believe eventually that will lead to liquor in
I'm pushing the
grocery stores.
bottle in.
The only reason you are arguing for wine is a slippery slope.
You are correct.
But these folks that are worried about the slippery slope aren't just worried about liquor. They're worried
Oh, here we go.
about marijuana.
Ooh.
That
Something new on the produce aisle.
There could eventually be a marijuana aisle in Wegmans. or
Why
Target.
not?
Would you guys be okay with that?
They sell pharmaceuticals there. They sell you every kind of pill.
Well, it's
How would
prescription.
you?
I get it, but it's also,
They don't sell you every kind of pill. You make it sound like I can walk in and buy like a value.
you don't know the people I know.
I wouldn't say that. Oh, we got another email from Danny Wegman. You're fired. From a
No,
job
but
you
you know
don't
what
have.
I'm saying? Like, why not?
I mean, that one seems like it would be tough just because if you go into a dispensary, everything's so locked down. You know
No,
what
but
I
they
mean?
would have that. They could have a dispensary inside
It,
the
it
store.
would have to be its own separate thing almost, where they check
Well,
your
that's what
ID.
the pharmacy is. A pharmacy sits
like a-
inside there
Yeah.
with pharmacists that are trained. You could have the same thing with a dispensary right inside
So
there.
you're fine with a Wegmans marijuana dispensary right next to the cereal aisle.
Yes.
Little kids trying to get their sugar smacks. What's the one with the frog on it? Smacks, right?
Sugar smacks.
Yeah.
Sugar smacks.
And you can't even tell. Is that the frog or is that somebody looking to buy marijuana? You can't even tell walking through. Cause
I
they're
don't know
selling
what
pot.
everybody's so afraid of when all this stuff exists, but you act like if it's in here, it's bad.
Well, it's just based on where you're buying it and who gets to profit off of it. It's not so much that they don't want you to have it.
I mean, I think she brings up a very good point. Who's profiting off this stuff? Because if
Who cares?
Well, here's why it matters.
No, all the money goes to the bank, man.
No, that's not how money works.
Yes, you put it in the bank and you live out the green, baby.
Now, look, I'm not trying to be that guy that eventually, slippery slope, blah, 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 blah. But let's say in a hypothetical situation, eventually marijuana was available for sale at Tops and Wegmans, right? Like right now, folks who own marijuana dispensaries are local people
Yeah.
from New York that work to do this stuff, get the license, and that money that they make goes back into their communities. Whereas if you were to do it at Wegmans or Tops, I mean, Wegmans, Tops, they're local companies, but that money isn't going right back into where that store is. Same with the liquor stores. Like those liquor stores, those mom and pop places, those folks live in these communities.
Yeah, but they can get jobs now stocking the shelves at the grocery store.
Okay, yeah, that's fun. $17 an hour as opposed to owning your own business.
They've never laid anybody up, buddy.
Who's that?
Wegmans.
Yeah, because they.
It's a solid job.
It's a
with
solid.
good benefits.
I would rather work for myself.
Yeah, but how'd that work out for you?
By the way, they worry about other substances too. On
in
this,
the store?
the slippery slope argument, psychedelic cigarettes and porn. That's what folks were arguing would be able to buy at Wegmans.
Well, Wegmans got rid of cigarettes
I was just going to say
years
they
ago.
used to sell cigarettes,
Yeah,
right?
I believe they're allowed to sell cigarettes and pornography.
And who's buying porn?
You would have bought porn from them. You have bought
Okay,
porn
but
from
now-
grocery stores.
Now where you
Yeah,
Oh,
but
you
I'm
mean
saying,
now,
who's
now.
buying
Yeah.
porn
Okay,
now?
no, I agree with you there. But I think there are still grocery stores that sell porn.
Well,
and
they used to
smoke.
just sell like not hardcore. I mean, they sold like
the
Hustler
magazines.
jugs.
It's still porn.
Bro,
It's not porn.
there's no.
That's
It's
porn.
not. It's still porn.
Okay, I'm not
It's
arguing.
porn and still porn.
I'm not arguing against pornography, but you can't argue the Playboy Hustler Penthouse. That is pornography.
Oh man, what are you now, Jerry Falwell?
What are you talking about? They called themselves pornographers.
There was no Playboy for sure never had any gook.
What about Hustler?
Hustler had some gook.
Ah, a lot of gook going on there.
Oh, they got gookie.
You can't have gook without porn, man. That is a mathematical equation. A equals gook plus porn equals porn.
Do you think that? Well, I guess. Do you think that if grocery stores brought back something like that, that there may be people who buy it again in person just because you have the self-checkout and you don't have to be face-to-face with somebody purchasing it?
Good question.
Listen, doesn't scan properly.
Hell yeah.
I got a problem over here. This Jugs magazine is not working.
Could you help me out? This one's got extra gook this month. Kimmy, Tommy's laughing at the idea that anyone would buy a hand mag now.
Yeah.
I was shocked to discover.
What?
A couple weeks ago, I took my kids to the Lucky Flea. They love going to that flea market. Right?
They got porn?
They sell Playboys.
Well, they
vintage
sell
Playboys.
like
those old-
vintage. Stuff
vintage.
Like that, yeah.
But like people in there, like 18 to 25-year-olds, were lining up to buy vintage Playboys.
Man.
And I don't know what they're into it for.
I guess maybe if you see their grandmother.
Yeah. Maybe if they see their grandmother.
Well, you're looking at your girls your grandmother's age.
I mean, are these like display pieces, Kimmy?
I kind of thought it was more like for art purposes, but
Okay.
I guess
Well,
it
they're
could be for
collectibles.
anything. Yeah.
I mean, there's guys that I know that have all like there's
Yeah, that's
guys
what
that
they
probably
say.
have every Playboy.
That's what they say. Yeah, it's a collectible.
They're not all gooed up, man.
But they're definitely gooked up.
Yeah. Great articles.
Gooking and gooing. All right, let's take a break. Speaking of gook,
What?
well, I mean, look, as we talk about the grocery store, you got to keep your budget tight right now.
Oh, it's
right?
tough out there.
Things are getting more expensive. There's questions about what's going to cost what,
Sure.
down the road, where things are coming from. Bah, 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 bah. What if I told you there's a legal way in New York State to get free meat?
Man, oh man.
Free meat.
Load my meat up.
Oh. In fact,
Is it good meat?
well, every meat's good meat.
Well, no. I've had some raggedy meat in my day,
We'll
son.
get into it next here in the break room. Let's see about. If you are looking to save money on your grocery bills here in New York,
What do you do?
we got some great news.
What's that?
There is a way to get completely free meat.
Wow.
Now, you got to get lucky, but it's doable. In fact, this is legal in 49 of the 50 states in the grand old U.S. of A. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:45. A lot of high school kids done good this week.
Okay.
We talked this morning. Penn Yan, they won their lacrosse state championship with
Something fingers?
Tegan Finger.
All right.
Had 8 points with a broken finger, bad knee, messed up hamstring. There was another kid who was about to take his talents across the country to go play some major D1 sports.
Wow.
And what's great about this story, Tommy,
Yeah.
is 20, 30 years ago, this kid would have had the weight of an entire community on his shoulders. But with the massive success that youth athletes have had in our area now,
Yeah.
he just gets to be another guy.
Wow.
And we'll get into it just after 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. Did you know
What at?
it is legal to collect and eat roadkill in the state of New
Why
York?
would you
What do you mean,
eat
why would you?
roadkill?
Why would you?
That's what raccoons do.
Yeah, or you can eat the raccoon that gets killed on the side of the road.
Do not eat raccoon.
Okay, it's probably good advice.
Yes.
All right, look. If there is an animal dead on the side of the road,
You can get sick from it.
you can scoop that sucker up and you can take it home.
Never scoop your food off the ground.
For big animals like deer and bear, you need to contact the police or the DEC to get a special permit before taking it. Smaller animals also require a permit, but it doesn't look like you have to call anyone and take them. You can just take them.
What are we becoming?
What are you talking about?
What is this, the 1920s?
Well, this has actually probably existed the entire time.
But like I always thought, so like when an animal is hit,
Yeah.
like it's their organs are traumatized.
Attaboy, you got that.
Yeah. So like all that stuff has been released. So you have to be careful how you eat this
What
stuff
you were
because
saying-
it could be toxic.
What you are saying is true. There are different circumstances.
You
Yeah.
can have
We
poo
found-
in your meat.
We found this out when Pat hit a deer because he was wondering, can I take it home and eat
Yeah.
it?
Yes, and I
Got
wanted
a bunch
to.
of calls of people that have done that before.
Yeah.
Yes. By the way, so you know, it's illegal to hunt with your vehicle.
Yeah. probably
really?
Good
You're not
policy.
allowed. Yeah, you're not
They
allowed.
just gonna go ramming animals in the woods.
That's written in the law.
okay.
Seems dangerous for multiple reasons.
No, you're also not allowed to, if the deer's in the road, like swerve to hit the deer to take
Okay.
the deer home. But
Yeah.
you also don't have to be the one that hit it to take it.
Okay.
If you see something on the side of the road,
You just
think-
roll up on it.
Yeah, you think you can use, as long as no one else is collecting it, it is all yours.
This looks like
baby.
some good firm meat.
So you're bothered by this.
This grosses me out.
Phone
man.
number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This makes more sense than you think it does.
How?
Why would you not allow people to do something like that?
Yeah, why let it go to waste?
Because it's not healthy.
If
Well-
there's somebody that knows what they're doing.
It depends on the situation.
What do you mean?
I mean, if it's edible, it's just going to go to waste.
But the birds eat it.
But it's not like sometimes the birds will eat it, but they don't eat the whole thing. It's not like the carcass disappears. It does cost money for the authorities to come and dispose of it. And if it doesn't get taken away, there are animals you don't want around your neighborhood, area, whatever, showing up to come get it. There are also all kinds of dangerous bacteria.
Yeah, but the town scoops them up normally, right?
Oh, yeah, but that also costs money, and sometimes it takes a lot of time because there's so many dead hit
But I
animals.
figure that guy's got a job.
This serves a legitimate purpose.
Serves a need of the community.
No, I mean, it does. Plus, think of all the meat that is in a deer or a bear. That's hundreds of dollars, maybe more, that you'd just be tossing away.
All right.
I'm all for this, man.
I would be grossed out if I went to somebody's house. We sat down to roadkill.
Okay.
Roadkill bear burger.
All right, serious question.
Sounds nasty.
Serious question.
Yeah.
You go to a cookout.
Aye.
He's got delicious venison sausages. Puts it on a roll for you.
Nah.
All the fixing, hands it to you. And he goes, I hit this with my car.
What?
And I collected it. Would you eat that sausage?
That would gross me out.
He's looking at you. He just prepared it for
I'm
you.
Not, I'm
Like,
not going to die for your sausage.
It's cooked.
Or get the squirts. Or get the road squirts.
Roadkill squirts.
Yes.
Come on, baby.
That's a great name for a country band.
By the way, Matt writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. Possum and, excuse me, Trey, possum and raccoon are tasty.
I was going to say, we did have had a few possum tweets.
Man, those are like scavengers, too. Like, they eat garbage.
Well, maybe they only eat garbage
Don't
because
possums eat like mosquitoes and stuff?
Yeah. Do you want a goddamn
Well, I don't know.
burger
Mm-hmm.
from a possum
Uh-huh.
that was eating skeeters?
Okay,
Some possibly on your Peter.
wait, do I have to whack it off?
There's 1,000 on my cousin. You can hear those bastards buzzing.
Nothing like the classics.
Summertime hits.
Never gets old.
So you're arguing that what these animals are eating and doing and the way
It's
they're
in the
living.
meat.
Okay.
And if they're scavengers, they're not raised on good quality Nebraska grain.
Can't you argue? Make the argument that this meat that you would hit with your car is more fresh than any other meat
I
you're
don't
gonna
want
get?
more fresh. I like chemicals produced by large corporations in my food.
Look, man, I'm not some anti-corporate food guy like you're going to see me outside.
I only eat Monsanto brand chemicals.
But you love organic stuff.
I do.
All these animals are free range, buddy.
Right.
Look, I'm serious. Like, this animal lived a natural life. It was out in its own
Crushed.
habitat. But you can make a legitimate argument, I think,
Okay.
that the healthiest meat may be the one that you blast with your Honda Pilot.
So you're saying that's the good stuff.
I'm not saying it's the good stuff. I'm saying I find it weird where people draw the
Hmm.
line, especially if you knew, like, what was going on with your food. And again, I got no problem eating that stuff,
I
too.
guess because you see it like devastated on the road.
What do you think it looks like when they turn it into
Yeah.
hamburgers?
I don't see that.
Okay.
Like I don't. Like when I roll up to Wegmans, they're not butchering the cows in the parking lot.
But you did for a living.
I did.
Why are you dumb?
I don't know.
You saw how this is done.
I know I had to go to the slaughterhouse and everything.
Are there some people though that you trust more than others?
As far as
to cook? I mean, like I'm thinking like if somebody who hunts and prepares
woodsman.
this stuff like regularly, like every year,
Yeah.
like, and they told me it was a deer or something that they hit with their car, like I would trust that person to know enough about that animal that it's perfectly fine to eat.
Okay. I am kind of with Tommy in the whole idea that you are putting an unbelievable amount of trust in a stranger.
Yes. But I would do
No,
it
but
for
I'm saying
somebody.
like
Here's
if
the
you knew
thing.
this person and have eaten the food that they've killed before.
But if they put a bullet in it, I'm happy to eat it.
Okay.
If they say they hit it with even if they hit it with their own car, I'd still be game. If they found it,
Okay.
that's
All right,
where I
found
get.
it is
Yeah,
where you
that's
draw
where I
the
start.
You don't know how long it's been
Okay.
laying there.
Yeah,
True.
yeah.
Because it's weird. Like if you told me this is like fish,
Mhm.
like I'll eat something somebody caught that fishes.
Okay.
That it's wild. You caught it. You cooked it. I'm fine with that. You cleaned it and you served it to me. I have no problem with that.
But you wouldn't do it out of Lake Ontario.
No. No.
Okay, so you're not fine with that.
Well, I guess certain bodies of water.
Okay. So you're talking more the ocean. You're going to be a
Yeah.
water snob now?
Yeah.
Adam writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Again, we're talking about how it is legal to pick up roadkill and bring it home. If you hit or find a deer or a bear, you need to call the DEC or the police to get a special permit to take it home. Everything else, smaller animals, you do need a permit, but you don't have to call anybody.
Yeah.
Adam writes, I watched a guy bounce a pheasant off his windshield
bird.
one time and threw in the back of my truck while it was still flopping, fried it up for some pheasant. About an hour later, it was fine.
How desperate are you to eat a goddamn piece of chicken?
It's free.
It's free for a reason.
Yeah, because it got hit by a car.
God, and then it's half dead
Well,
in your
wasn't it?
truck.
Jacob writes us. He's on your side. He says, most hunters don't eat scavengers. Most roadkill is a no-go.
I wouldn't eat anything somebody shot, to tell you the truth, even a hunter.
Again,
Really?
what is it?
I don't like the taste of it.
You don't like the gamey meat?
No.
That's not what I heard.
Oh, your mom?
Shut up. I was doing a joke about you.
Yeah, but I would be getting the gamey meat
No, I was
from
gonna
your
make it
mother
like-
where I get
No,
all my meat
I was going to make it
at
like...
the mama meat store out on the ridge.
So is it just the taste of venison? Like if somebody had a cow, like in all seriousness, like so let's say wild cows lived around here, which is one of the worst Stone songs of all time.
Wild cow. I eat it anyway.
Okay, shut up. Let's say somebody blasts a
Wild.
wild cow.
Oh, goddamn cow.
Yeah. They hit it in the head, right? They clipped its head. Cow goes down.
Dead.
It's dead,
All
right?
right.
You've got steaks, you got burgers, you got whatever you want.
Free. All the meat I want.
Would you eat that
No,
cow?
I'm not touching
Why?
I would say don't waste the cow.
It wasn't.
right?
It wasn't killed properly. I mean, slaughterhouses do it ethically and properly.
Ethically, come on.
It's ethic.
Come on. It's
It's
ethic.
ethic.
Yeah.
Again,
No, but they clean it properly, so it's not bad.
Saying when they prepare it.
Yeah.
how
process
many
it.
food recalls have we had in the last 12 months?
We had a couple of rough ones.
Okay, yeah, a lot of rough ones. They had to empty out deli cases, man. Like, don't sit here and be like, oh, I got nothing to worry about. By the way, I told you this is legal, collecting roadkill in 49 American states.
Yeah.
Can you tell me the one it's not legal?
It's got to be a sissy state.
You tell me.
What are your sissy? Oh, it's got to be a northeastern sissy state.
Okay, what are you taking a shot with?
I'm gonna say Connecticut.
Wrong. Kimmy?
How close?
I was gonna go with an outlier like Hawaii
Okay,
or something.
wrong.
How often does it happen?
You both were very wrong in your
Okay.
thoughts.
Not even close?
The only state where you are not legally allowed to take roadkill off the road is Texas.
Texas?
I know.
That's
Didn't
the
see
most
that
macho
coming.
state we got.
Bro, I
I
couldn't
gotta
believe
think
it.
they grab like snakes and stuff off
Yeah.
the road. Like, you know what I mean?
So
All those
much-
reptiles.
I wonder why.
Do you think the heat has something to do with
Yeah,
it?
but there's other hot states that
Yeah.
let you. I mean, the
Yes,
entire
other-
South. How about Florida, man?
Okay.
Arizona.
Could it be the local ecosystem? Like, they have buzzards and stuff in Texas, right?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they're afraid if you take that, like they call it carrion, right?
What?
Like, you take the dead animals off the road, then the buzzards, it's going to affect that population. I'm just thinking out
Oh.
loud
I
here.
see. Like,
It just
could
seems a
affect the
very-
ecosystem.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in Texas.
Yeah, you're disappointed in Texas, but you won't eat roadkill that's legal
Right,
to
but
collect in New
I
York.
want Texas to be roadkill eaters. That's kind of their image. They're tough.
No, I agree with you. I was shocked by that.
Yeah.
That is
Shocked.
weird.
I'm not picking Connecticut.
252 WCMF. It is legal to collect roadkill and do whatever you want with it here in the state of New York. Troy writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Man! Depending on the animal and how fresh it is, like if it was the one that I hit, I'm eating it. Meat is expensive these days. I mean, he's right, man. I know you don't eat a lot of meat because you're a bitch-ass bitch.
Neither do you, salad boy.
I eat a lot of white meat.
Where do you get that?
Your mom's legs. Shut up.
At the pinky store?
I'm hungover, and I don't want to do this right
Are
now.
you going to Stinky
Legs?
Pinky store?
No, that's her brown meat.
Oh, you flipped her over?
Shut up.
How did you make his mom joke
Your
better?
mom. It's your mom, man. Kimmy, can you Google
Yeah.
how much meat you get out of the average buck? See if we get something out
Out
of
of the
it.
average buck? you
Yeah, I
said?
know it varies wildly. Let's just get a
Yeah,
number.
of a male.
Yeah.
A full-grown male.
Everyone knows what a buck is.
Full-grown male.
Full-grown male deer. A buck. We live in Monroe County. He said, "What the? He's going to take meat out of $1. Shut up, bitch."
Okay. If a buck that weighs 150 pounds will likely yield between 72 and 90 pounds?
Bro.
Damn.
Bro.
That's 72 pounds of meat.
Yeah. So
I'm not going down. BJ's or Aldi's and spending $35 on hamburger.
no, in all
When I
seriousness.
can make my own burger at home from a dead carcass of an animal that I hit with my Ford F-150.
Okay, so right now, the price of venison is around $15 a pound.
Where do you buy it on the retail?
Oh, you can buy venison at Wegmans.
No, they don't.
They have packaged venison. Yes, they do.
Oh, I ain't never seen no venison.
I love how you did an impression and then did it in your real voice.
I
without
am
the
not going to go spend $35 on when I can kill my own bear, my own bear.
You can buy venison at Wegmans.
All right.
All right, so you said 72. Kimmy, can we multiply 72 times 15, please?
Put that in my freezer. Get us through the winter.
Yeah.
It's going to be a hard winter.
Yes.
That's why I talk like this.
What are you not
Because it's the
kidding?
1930s and I'm on poor and I'm on country radio.
I'm on poor.
That's why I only go to Aldi's.
This show sucks so hard. This show sucks so hard and so long,
Yeah.
like your mom.
The total, about 1,080.
So that's $1,000 in meat that you are
And one deer
in one deer.
is $1,000.
The average
properly
buck.
cleaned and stored.
Yes. What are you not understanding? Oh my God. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Benny. Hey Benny, how are you, buddy?
What's up, Duffy? What's up, crew? Hey, I love this segment. It's probably one of my favorite. It kind of feels like it's in the gutter a little bit, and I love every bit of it. And I couldn't help but think, so thank you, but I couldn't help but think to myself, well, how do I know, like, if it's safe to pick up the roadkill and take it
Yeah, how do you
and
know?
eat it? So I had to Google it. And so you're looking for clear signs of freshness, like bright, clear eyes and skin that moves freely when pinched. And you want to avoid a strong putrid odor, which would indicate spoilage.
Those all seem pretty good. I mean, those seem
But
like
you're really
pretty-
going to get intimate with this deer when it's down.
Yeah, so
Pitching his cheeks
that's
and
about it. I figured a little help with folks.
wait. So if it smells really bad, don't eat it?
Hey, it
Okay,
never stopped
you-
you. Shut up! Shut up! You shut up right now! Not you, Benny. Tommy.
Oh, is that the mom store on the ridge?
Benny, thanks for the call. Cam following up to Benny's point
Yeah,
on
yeah,
Instagram writes, "Sup, dicks." There's a certain amount of time you have before you can harvest roadkill before it comes rancid. He said flies can lay eggs within 10 minutes of death.
10 minutes, but you almost got to like hit it and grab it.
Well, yeah, if you hit it and you're standing near it, just
You
like
gotta get it
swat
up.
the flies away,
Yeah.
which again you're accustomed to.
Oh yeah, because
252 WCMF.
stinky wide.
Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
How are you?
Okay, Teddy, what's up?
Listen, you're talking about people talking about, hey, this is fresh cut from the store. Anything from the store is frozen. So if you got fresh meat just got hit by your car or whatever, or somebody hit it, I think you can ask fresher than that.
So, Teddy, you would eat venison that
He
somebody
don't count.
Why does Teddy not count?
He's from a place that they
What are
probably
you
do
talking
this.
about?
We're from a place that they do this.
No, but I mean, like they really do it.
No, we really
no,
do it.
they really. They take religion to these people. He's Indonesian, man.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, let's ask Teddy.
It's a pretty rootsy joint.
He's right here. You can ask him. Teddy, did you grow up hunting for your food when you were a kid?
Yes, I did.
What did you hunt?
Squirrel,
Squirrel. Okay.
wild chicken,
Okay.
Yeah, hunted
and
chicken.
boar.
Wild boar? Ooh.
They're nasty.
Yes,
Yeah, till Teddy gets a hold of him, wrestles him down with those front horns there, takes him out.
anything. And then catch fish almost every day.
Okay, Teddy, and all.
But he's an island guy.
No, I'm island
Island
guy.
guy.
Teddy, I'm genuinely curious. Like, what percentage of the meat you and your family ate growing up did you get yourself versus you purchased from somebody else?
We kill ourselves and then we cook them. I mean, probably about 90% of the time we kill ourselves.
But
Damn.
you got to remember, these people build up a tolerance when they live like this.
He's right here.
No, I'm saying like in general, like if you grow up in a place where this is how you live, you and I don't have the digestive system that Teddy does.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Tommy.
Teddy's got like
I mean, everything is in your head, Tommy.
It's all in your head.
Thank you,
like
Teddy.
he don't get the squirts.
All right, Teddy, if I hit a deer, I'm calling you up. You can come over, have some sausage with me, buddy.
Yeah, I'll pick it up and then I'll cook for you guys.
Thanks, Teddy. Have a good rest of the day, man.
Yeah, I'm not eating like how
bye.
he eats.
There goes boar eating Teddy.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, you got a bitch-ass system.
I do. I have a sense of I bet you Teddy's never had the squirts. Growing up, it's rural, tough living, man.
Okay.
Them babies don't get the squirts, nothing.
Somebody just wrote me on Facebook.
Yeah.
D'Artagnan meat, ground venison, available at Wegmans right now, $12.49 per pound. Actually, it's less than a pound, 12 ounces, so it's about $15.
That's too much.
Established in 1985, protectors of excellence, D'Artagnan venison ground meat. They sell bison too. They sell ostrich. They sell all kinds of meat.
Wow, I gotta check it out.
Bison's delicious. Have you had bison?
I've had a bison burger, very tasty. But I think that was like commercially raised. I don't think like it was like some tourist that got close and tried to punch it in the eye.
We'll take one more call.
Oh, my eye.
Is that what the bison
Oh,
said?
my bison eye. Turns into Sammy Davis.
Shut up.
We're off the rails.
It was a dancing Jewish one-eyed bison is what it was. Larry, you got the last word, buddy. Please save the show. What's
Also
going
quite
on?
an actor.
Okay, I'll give it a try. Years ago, I was working in Alaska, and they actually have a roadkill recovery system.
And that's for the women.
No, you would contact a local agency, give them your name and phone number, and when a moose or a bear got hit on the road, they would call you and say, "You've got so many hours to get down here and get this meat off the road."
This dead moose.
And out of, and by the time you get rid of the bruised meat and stuff, you could get 400 pounds of meat out of a moose or more.
Damn.
Man, come on.
I mean,
you don't even know what
especially
moose tastes like,
but
man.
those big animals, like,
Actually,
why let
moose
those
is-
go to
moose
waste?
is really good. I'd rather eat moose meat as opposed to a prime rib roast.
Get the hell out of here.
Have
no.
you never had
No,
it,
I
so how would you
would.
know?
Elk is good too.
Now I'm curious. Larry's got me all thinking about moose.
I've also had lynx too.
What is lynx?
It's like the cat?
It's
Lynx,
like the.
it's like a wild cat.
That can't taste good.
Actually, it was very rich. It was rich like a raccoon.
Well, that
it
doesn't
was-
really help anybody, Larry,
You
in
should be
comparison.
dead. You should be dead, Larry.
No, he made it into a stew in a crock pot. It was actually very good.
I mean, but no, like, in all seriousness,
Okay.
not to sound like, privileged guy, but like we talk about food insecurity in this country all the time.
Yeah.
There are lots of people that don't have a lot to eat. Kids, especially in our area, we've seen these studies. You have all of this meat, and you're opposed to collecting it.
Okay. But what a crappy deal for some kid.
Hey, man.
Hey, here's some rancid moose, kid. Now go do your
It's
homework.
not rancid.
If I'm a-
Larry, according to Larry, they cut all that part up.
And if I'm
Yeah,
hungry,
no, it's
Go ahead, Larry.
called in, and if you're not there within a certain period of time, they call the next guy on the list. And there's actually a waiting list for people to pick up roadkill. You know, it's fresh, it's there.
It's delicious.
And
I'm in.
And then also, to add on to that, there's a program called Hunters for the Hungry here in New York State that if you shoot a deer for the sport of it, I guess, or you have more meat than you want, you can actually donate it at the processor, and it gets distributed to families in need.
Look at that.
Okay.
So that,
In need.
So that meat doesn't go to waste.
All right. Hey, Larry,
Okay.
does that count against your permit or no?
Yes, you still have to use your permit.
Oh, all right. Sucks. Don't want it. Hey, Larry, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
So there is a system to distribute the gamey meat to poor people.
No, okay.
Well, that's what it is.
You grew up so effing rich, you don't understand. You do not understand.
What?
My dad hunted, and the few times he came home with
He's
a
not
deer,
going to bring home some hippie he shot at a protest in the 60s.
yeah, when my
Get
dad
these
was,
bell bottoms off for the boss get all over him.
You are just wired. today.
seriously,
Like,
seriously. Did you have a cookie on the way in? What happened? What happened to you?
Like, I can't even find a place to jump in because you just keep talking. And you go down these weird roads where I'm like, well, I forgot what I was going to say.
I'm sorry. Pat's dad was shooting a
No,
hippie.
it's a Tommy show today. I cannot compete.
Let's take a break.
Zing.
There is a young kid done good, man.
Yeah.
He is taking his athletic talents across the country. Huge program, and maybe this means more for his potential career down the road.
This is fantastic.
And what is great about this happening now versus the people that we've known in the past,
Okay.
there's been a ton of success for high school athletes in our area when it comes to moving on to like bigger things.
Yeah.
And 30 years ago, this kid would have had a hot spotlight on him. Where now,
All right.
we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is amazing for a local kid done good.
Yeah, you're
right?
saying.
Very exciting for his future. But here's the thing.
What's that?
It's not as big a deal as it used to be around here.
Oh.
And for that, this kid lucks out.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Kimmy, for years, if someone were to have a future in sports, whether it be big-time colleges or the pros in Rochester, they were rare people. There weren't many Roland Williams, Tyler Ralphs, the Giantis, the Callahans, and John Wallace.
There's a reason you can name all those people.
It's a big mountain
off
to
the
climb.
top of your head.
Exactly.
It was so rare.
You got it. Well, over the weekend, Messiah Hampton.
What a great name.
Well, I mean, you were going to do
name.
big things with the name Messiah Hampton.
Sounds like a religious hotel.
He's a junior at...
Like free coffee and communion wafers in the morning.
Messiah Hampton, who is a junior at Monroe High School, announced his commitment to play football at the University of Oregon.
Oh, wow.
Big time school. And
That is pretty big.
This kid can play. He is ranked as the top football recruit in all of New York State.
God damn.
He is ranked as the number 10 wide receiver in America. And he had, it looks like 50.
But he's one of the top receivers in America.
Top 10 wide receiver in America. And it looks like there are about 20 schools that he had to choose from, and they're all major schools: Syracuse, University of Miami, Michigan, Georgia, Penn State. I'm looking at some of them because he had one of those really fun like reveal parties. Mm-hmm.
So he picked Oregon
He
and
had some
all
pretty
those
big
big
options
schools.
there.
Yep, he's
Yeah.
going out west.
Man, why did you give up on Miami, man?
Miami's not as good as
Yeah.
Oh, they're not?
no. I mean, granted, the first overall pick was
Penn
Miami quarterback.
State? Or maybe he just want to get out of town.
I mean, who knows? Look, the kid made his decision, and it's awesome. He is going to go play football at the University of Oregon. And here's the thing. As we brought up the Roland Williamses and the Tyler Ralphs and the Giantis and the Callahans and the John Wallaces, when those guys had success as kids, Caitlin Howe, another one out in Fairport, basketball player, went to Duke. When you are the only kid reaching that kind of success, all of a sudden, there are a lot of expectations in a community like Rochester. No one else around you gets that attention. People assume you're going to make it.
Yeah.
And if you don't, even if you play college or like some junior pro sports, folks scoff at you like you were a failure. Couldn't do it. That's why, with so many athletes now getting college attention from all sports in the greater Rochester area, it is so much better for these kids now. Like, we're, Kimmy, living through a renaissance of kids getting Division I scholarships, going on to play pro sports even right after high school.
It's amazing how that one kid having that much success helps an entire program, a coach. Like, now there are high expectations on like almost everybody involved and associated with that kid.
I mean, you're right. It opens up like a pipeline.
Yeah.
I mean, as we speak, Thomas Bryant, who went to Bishop Kearney, is playing in the NBA Finals with the Indiana Pacers.
Oh.
He was one of 5 Rochester kids that played in the NBA this season. There were 2 other guys, Isaiah Stewart from McQuaid and Jalen Pickett from Aquinas, who were playing in the NBA playoffs. But those guys are playing because one guy went first, Thomas Bryant. There was talent for all of them, but they open up this pipeline where coaches start looking around in Rochester. They come to recruit one kid, they see another kid, and all of a sudden, there's this massive success.
All right, so we're more talented. Or we're just finding the talent now better?
That's a good question. I don't know. That's a really good question.
I mean, because we've had big high school programs in this area for years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for some reason, more than ever, kids are getting recruited out of our area. Why do you think Tommy brings a good point, Kimmy? Are the kids more talented, or are there just more eyes on the kids?
Well, it could be more eyes on the kids. I mean, there are a lot of other ways. I mean, I'm sure that, college coaches and scouts, like there were certain areas that they flocked to because there was just so much talent coming from those areas. And now I think I think it's easier for kids to not only be seen here in town, but also like put their skills out there, send their stuff out for people to see. Like there are websites dedicated to like pushing kids' stats out to the people that need to see it.
Yeah, don't get me started with it.
Yeah. So I think that there are more ways now to connect to those bigger programs, which probably also helps.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword. Because like Kimmy brings up, like there are services where you like upload your highlights.
Parents will pay for that kind of stuff.
You can kind of like promote yourself.
Yeah.
So, my oldest plays travel hockey.
Yeah.
It's 9:00. They're on summer vacation. She's probably still sleeping. My 14-year-old works very hard, and she loves hockey.
Yeah, you guys are nonstop with it.
Yeah. But I don't know, how do I put this? the next level of competitive hockey.
Right, going to that next level.
Will be a difficult transition.
Well, it's got to be.
In my humble opinion, if it were to be possible, which I don't know if it is,
Right.
but my daughter will not. I don't have the heart to be like, I don't want to take away your dreams.
Don't do this.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not going to say that, right? But, Kimmy, now that those things exist, she now.
I think it.
But you got to be an elite
makes it
kid,
feel
right?
more real for those kids.
Exactly, and she
for
does.
all kids
Yes.
that play sports.
All right, but let me ask you a question.
Sure,
because
sure.
like you're talking about there's more kids doing it, so there's less pressure. But does this kind of hurt a kid too? Because now it's not very unique or special. But like they don't get all the attention like the first guys did. Like it was such a moment.
It's a good question.
Like they kind of lose their moment now.
No, you're absolutely right. But
It becomes common.
it's a very good point. It's a very good point. Again, we're talking about Messiah Hampton. He's a junior at Monroe High
And
School.
you got that good name, man.
He announced he's going to be playing football at the University of Oregon over the weekend. So you're right. You want these kids to shine and have their moment. But I would love to talk to John Wallace. For those that are not from Rochester or a little bit younger, John Wallace went to Athena, got a scholarship to Syracuse. He was a first-round pick of the New York Knicks in 95?
Okay.
Thank you, Kimmy. She's on it. John Wallace's career, everyone thought John Wallace was going to be an NBA superstar.
All right.
The guy played in the league.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he was the star at Syracuse that he was is unbelievably successful.
96.
96, thank you. But when John Wallace didn't become an NBA champion / top 50 player of all time, some folks looked at it and was like, oh.
Oh.
So yes, he had his moment and he got to shine the entire way through, but because he was the only one, because you weren't the greatest of all time, it's a disappointment.
Because most of these guys, I mean, to go from Division 1 to the pros is still another big step, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
But
yeah.
you still lose that high school to college jump that you would. I mean, I guess because that might be the only moment you ever get.
Yeah.
You're right.
You know what I mean?
But I guess looking back, if you were to talk to
the entirety of the career.
Yeah, if you asked Roland Williams, Tyler Ralph, the Giantas, the Callahans, the John Wallaces, I mean, Brian Gianta wins a Stanley Cup, so you reach the pinnacle there. U.S. Hockey Hall of Famer.
God, he was the captain of the Canadians.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, but for the rest of these guys,
Yeah.
do you wish you would have had less pressure on you as a 17, 18, 19-year-old kid? Because that's a lot at a young age. And remember, this is back before social media, so this wasn't like somebody tweeting about you. This was news stations with anchors that were celebrities in town coming down wanting to talk to you.
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
It is. A lot of pressure.
If you can handle it, yeah.
A lot of pressure. And what kid is cut out to handle something like that?
Well, you're about to go into that, going into college.
Maybe. But then there's a guy, he played quarterback at Aquinas, Jake Zembeck, really impressive athlete.
Yeah.
Got a scholarship to play quarterback at Penn State, and his body failed him. Had some injuries, never worked out. He ended up getting a career out of it on the opposite way. But, if Jake was the only one doing that 7 years ago, hopes would have been riding on him, and folks would have been like, oh, well, he never made it. It's not you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm happy for the kid.
Yeah, it's huge.
I'm happy for all the kids.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that there's less pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I
Okay.
think. I don't know.
All right. I got to keep an eye on that kid.
How are you going to forget the name
I'm not.
Hampton?
MH, baby, all the way.
All right, let's take a break. You're not as smart as you think you are.
I don't think I'm very smart.
I know.
I'm less than that.
That's big things happening in Tommy's neighborhood, Kimmy.
Oh,
Ooh, so I hear.
Well, he's going to find out all the information he needs
Yeah.
soon enough.
Oh,
What
yeah.
he thinks.
But that's not soon enough for you.
No, it ain't.
And you're convinced that some of the things you are seeing will tell you
Oh, yeah.
what is moving in down the street. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. They say a good neighbor is worth their weight in gold.
Yep.
What sucks, however, when someone new moves in, you have to wait a while to find out if that person is someone you'll get along with.
Mm-hmm.
Or so we thought.
No, you can get a jump on it, son.
Recent events have Tommy Muley on a mission.
Yeah.
A mission that he is convinced will let him know soon if this new person is someone that he wants around.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Big things happen in your neighborhood, buddy.
Yeah. Got some new neighbors moved in.
Okay.
Sold the joint and new guy moved in.
I mean, it is funny, like the excitement is palpable in a neighborhood when you watch those moving trucks pull in for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And, the place was raggedy. Well, it was...
Before they moved in.
Yeah, the place was raggedy. What?
Okay.
You're making a face.
Pittsford raggedy.
Bro, it was like your dad lived there. You know what I'm talking about.
You were saying?
So, new folk move in.
Okay.
So, I'm keeping an eye on things. See how... I can tell a lot on the move-in.
About the people moving in.
You can, man. You can tell the level of a person, how they move into a place.
Can you give me an example?
Okay. So, if I see a commercial moving truck move in with professional, guys, the guy's on point. But if I see your busted-ass beer buddies and your 3-tone rusted-out pickup with like a refrigerator dangling off the back like a dead dong, we got some rough business going on.
So you're telling me, first off, if you see people moving themselves without professional movers.
Your booze buddies. And I'm talking about your booze buddies, and you know who you are because y'all had time off on a Tuesday to do this. So y'all got nothing going on. You're nothing. You're no good. Nothing going on a Tuesday move crew.
So self-movers will be busted.
Self-movers and loud music on the move-in.
Loud music on the move-in? Why would you not be?
A lot of vaping.
What?
If you got your vaping booze crews coming in.
Shut up trying to make rhymes. That's all you're trying to do.
Vaping, booze crews, moving
CMF
buddies.
T-shirt wearing.
Okay.
What?
So you need to see professional movers.
Yeah.
But I know that you get really, I almost cursed. I'm so frustrated
What?
with you right now. I know you get really weird because you're like a little fox that's like running around the neighborhood, like peering at all kinds of things. What else are you looking at?
So I had to walk Lily, the dog, the other day, right? So prime opportunity.
Take a peek.
Yeah, so the guys had just left. They were on their toke break. And no, but these are good guys.
Oh, look at you bitch-ass bitch.
Back out real quick.
No, but this guy's a good guy.
He's a good guy. I can see it.
He used the pros.
No, I'm just kidding, guys.
Guys,
No,
hey, we had a lot of fun back there, but
But the garage was open.
okay.
So I could get a good view of the garage.
You stared at his garage?
I kind of went up a little bit.
No, you didn't.
Not up, just because everybody left.
You went snooping in his garage.
Well, I used the dog. Oh, she wants to sniff. She probably smells a squirrel.
What is wrong with you? I love how you say they left like they don't have cameras. How do you know they don't have cameras?
I don't think they put them in yet.
Oh, how would you know?
I don't.
I guess you'll find out when he comes over and asks you, why are you in my garage?
I wasn't in the garage. I was just up a little bit looking in.
What did you see in the garage?
It looked pretty much on point.
Okay.
But not a lot of crap.
What's crap?
You know crap when you see it.
No, I don't. Tell me what crap is.
It's like stuff that's just like, you're never going to use that. Like if I see any kind of like barrel full of junk.
You're an idiot. What is a barrel full of junk?
How do you know what's in there? Did you go looking through the
junk.
barrel?
It's junk. It looks raggedy. Like your stuff's rusty. It looks raggedy.
Barrel of Junk, one of the worst strip clubs here in the greater Rochester area.
Not necessarily. Some guys are into that. But like if your stuff looks old and nasty and you know what I mean?
Okay.
It looked on point. Like he was organized. I guess it's organization.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What can you see or not see that lets you know someone new to the neighborhood will eventually be a good neighbor? Because you do know none of these things are actually telling you anything.
Every time I see this, I'm on point.
Okay. Kimmy.
Yeah.
You don't get to see the real people that moved in until like 6 months after they have moved
It's
in.
winter.
Right.
Yes. Getting settled into a new home is hard.
Yeah, it takes a little while.
But they're doing stuff. They're popping. They're moving.
It also alters your life. You are not your real person after you moved for at least 6 months.
Yeah, but if I see you like actively taking care of the place.
Well, but you may not have time to do that yet because you're still settling your stuff. Because for instance, we moved in the fall to our house.
Yeah.
So like when spring came around, like we didn't get into the gardening right away because we wanted to see what came up first.
That's
like, I
okay.
don't even know if this is a weed or a plant. We got to find out. But it took us a little bit to like get all that stuff, all the outdoor stuff settled out. So I'm sure like there are probably people looking at us like, man, that place looks like a mess. But we're figuring
then
it
you
out
went
at
inside.
first. I would give somebody a solid year before I really judged how they maintain.
I got to
things.
do it out the. I got to. Another thing I'll tell you too. If I see, and this is a tell. What is with you?
You're so dumb because you got this stupid grin on your face, like you think you figured something out, and you just.
I'm right.
Okay, keep going.
If I see a power washer out first thing,
Yeah,
that's a good guy.
those things cost like $100.
No, but he's cleaning. He's taking care of
So,
business. Like if I see,
So you're in the middle of like moving in and getting all your stuff settled. Potentially, you probably have to buy furniture. You realize there are things that you need.
These aren't young people. These are
Okay, but there are things that you're gonna adjust when you're in a new place, and you. Like, do you think that person's first instinct is, I better order a power washer so I can...
They were spraying and cleaning, man. That tells me this people are getting after it.
Okay, look.
And I didn't see any yard crap either.
What's yard crap?
The stuff busted ass shed, raggedy trampoline with no protection,
With no protection.
Oh my God.
dog on a zip line.
Okay.
Oh my God.
If I got to see some like...
So, like, you don't want neighbors with children then?
No, I don't mind kids if they're on
No,
a
you
zip
do,
line.
because this is all stuff that they may have.
Put them on the line.
All right, by the way, on top of that, nothing you have just described seeing will tell you if they're actually people you can get along with.
Yeah.
As long as they just take care of the place.
Bull crap.
Uh-huh.
They could have great lawn furniture, they could have a high-end car, and they can be a massive dick. In fact, Kimmy, I would argue the more buttoned up somebody looks, the nicer the lawn furniture, the nicer the car, the more likely they are to be a dick, no?
But that's what
Very
I'm looking
possible.
for.
You're looking
a
for a
buttoned-up dick.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Yeah, I like them.
Just because
You want a you next door.
I love me, yeah.
Okay.
Sound like me next door? I want someone laid back.
They're not too laid back.
Shut up. Shut up.
Then you got a slack hole. You're going to have a slack hole house.
Just because you think you have certain things in common doesn't mean your personalities are going to mesh. Because really, when you think about it, when you have two, quote, buttoned-up neighbors,
Yeah.
They have different ideas of what that looks like.
and they're
Couple of
control
cool guys.
and they're control freaks. You have the competitive nature of men, whose lawn will be nicer, which causes friction. You have buttoned-up guy, who is more likely to be a control freak, which causes friction. You can't tell me that if you move next door to you wouldn't hate yourself.
I'd love me.
You already hate yourself, and you don't even live next to you. I mean, don't you think that's true of most men? Do you think 252 WCMF? If you moved next door to you, would most men hate themselves as a neighbor?
But most guys would probably say they'd love another version of themselves next door.
Think about it, though.
All right.
You think that you could live next to you?
Another funny, handsome guy next door?
Wait, there's someone next to you? No, because like you think you have the best lawn in the neighborhood.
Yeah, that's verified.
Okay, so then you're moving in next to you.
Yeah.
Who also believes he's doing all the same work, putting in all that. That would drive you nuts.
Yeah.
Oh. So, like, if we were even Steven, I would be pissed.
Well, yeah.
I wouldn't be a notch above the other guy.
Well,
that would create a little...
Okay.
You'd also never talk. You would never talk.
Hey,
to that
Tommy.
dude.
Hey, Tommy. Tommy.
No, I do the wave.
Hey, pal. Hey, Tommy. Tommy.
Yeah. It'd be very brief conversation.
Stay with me, Tommy. You'd also catch each other staring at each other all the time.
What are those bug eyes looking at over there?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy has new neighbors moving in, and he's been watching them through the window, thinking that he's getting a heads up on what kind of people.
Well,
they
you
are
get a
going to
feel
be.
for people, how they do, who the people they hired to work around their house.
Oh, I disagree. You've never had those neighbors where it's like they seem great and everything's cool, and then all of a sudden, like one thing happens and it changes your entire opinion of
Well,
them?
that might happen eventually, but
So then, how would any of this help you?
I don't know. It's entertainment.
No, I mean, this has happened to me with multiple neighbors where it's like, okay, everything's cool, everything seems fine, and either they get too comfortable and tell me something they shouldn't,
That's
or
true.
like an incident happens where it's like, whoa, and then it completely, not only does it change the way you feel about them, it also changes the context in which you saw this stuff before.
All right.
Right? Like, guy
Changes
who's,
with your opinion.
yes, guy who was like, quote, buttoned up, as you put
Yeah.
it, is now just a complete control freak, and that's why he was doing the things he was doing.
But then I see, I see a button-up guy. I'm not going to get like sketchy people hanging out at his house.
Button up doesn't mean no sketch. Bro,
Yeah.
you were
Most
buttoned up
button-up-
in Webster. You and your buddies blowing through people's mailboxes.
Well, now I don't have sketch hanging around now. I don't have any friends.
Good point.
I chase them all away.
Okay. Like you kept your house looking really nice.
Yeah.
And then you would have the biggest disasters of human beings over at your house.
But those are coworkers,
Including listeners and coworkers
Yes.
to WCMF.
Yeah.
Oops. Kimmy, have you had anyone move in after you?
No.
Yeah, no new
no,
neighbors yet?
we haven't.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, like there was somebody like recently at the end of our street, but not anybody that we see often.
So you're still the new neighbors.
Yeah.
That
Man.
sucks.
Yeah, we are.
That really sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Because like you are not off the hook.
Yeah.
And like I do believe you're not officially one of the neighborhood.
Until a new person
Yeah.
until we're like no longer the new guys.
You
Yeah.
got it. Yeah. Because
No, we've been waiting for that, but it hasn't happened yet.
I'll be honest with you. Now that I'm thinking, I don't think I moved into my house like 14 years ago.
Yeah, you've been there forever.
I don't know if there's anyone in like my general range of homes that has moved in
Oh.
since.
Really?
I think everyone's been there the whole time.
Damn. So you're still the newbie?
Yeah.
Do you think it's sometimes easier being the new neighbor in terms of getting to know other people, because a lot of the times like they'll reach out to you first,
Like come over
like
and introduce
welcoming
themselves.
That's
new
so
neighbors
awkward, man.
or like, you know, wanting to get to know you. Like I feel like you don't have to reach out as much when you're the new neighbor because everybody kind of introduces themselves first.
You're right about that. Wait a minute. You just said it's so awkward. Have you not introduced yourself
Yeah.
to the people that just moved in?
I'm surprised your wife hasn't made you do it.
She'll go over. She's the house rep.
So I just to
She'll
be,
make the cupcakes and then bring them over.
just to be clear, you've been staring at them out the window.
Yeah.
You've been taking notes about what they're doing.
Up the driveway.
You went up their driveway with your dog, and you have not introduced yourself
No.
yet.
No. Oh, wait. Cool enough. I don't want to rush a guy. I also don't like I hate those interactions.
Okay.
Because I hate when people come over and do it to me.
I understand, but this person may be looking for something like that to feel welcomed into the
He's
neighborhood.
going to be disappointed when my ass shows up.
Okay, can I point something out that how did you not realize this, you idiot?
Right.
252
She'll let me
WCMF.
down easy.
252 WCMF. Tommy has a new neighbor moving in, and he's been staring out the window. He believes he can tell what kind of person you are moving in based on little things like whether or not you hire movers, how nice your car is, what kind of, quote, barrels of junk are in your garage. You are getting a gauge for this person who moved in. They're also getting a gauge from you.
Yeah, they're probably like
Yeah.
really excited.
No, you haven't introduced yourself.
No.
You've kind of been showing up around their house. Like, don't think they haven't noticed
A
you.
little walk by with the dog.
You think they haven't noticed you snooping?
Slowing down as you walk by.
Then they may be so busy.
No, like they think you're an effing weirdo, man. How did you not introduce yourself?
How am I a weirdo? Little guy walking a little dog, creepily walking by with shades on
Had you
and a hat.
had you introduced yourself?
Hi, I'm Tommy. I'm your neighbor.
Yeah. Well, don't say it in that voice.
My house is owned by my wife.
Yeah.
I have a pathetic job.
Yep.
And I'm home at 10 in the morning, but I'm not a drug dealer.
How hard would that have been,
I guess it sounds better when I say it in that voice.
Kimmy? How long do you have to wait, in your opinion, to go introduce yourself to someone when they move in?
Oh, sometimes like while you're moving, somebody will do that.
No, because then you got to help.
Yeah,
No.
I'm with him. I'm not.
Yeah,
doing this while they're moving.
boxes have got to be in, man. Hey, can you grab
I
the
don't
other
think
end
it's
of this?
uncommon because that may be the first time they catch you outside. Like even if they don't mean
How about
to go over, they'll see you and they feel like they have to say something because you're both outside together.
Okay.
But my wife will bake and bring that stuff over. So that's a good one. So I don't want to ruin that.
No, but you're not going to go over with her.
No, but then she'll break the ice.
Okay. You're an idiot.
No, it works better this way. It's a better buffer because my wife is pleasant.
This is
You shouldn't
why
send your most unpleasant member of your household out first.
I agree with you. But if you're going to
You
snoop,
do that in war.
if you're going to snoop,
What?
you have to introduce first. It's how it is.
Hi, Tommy. Going to be doing a little snooping. I'm going to judge the ladders and junk in your driveway.
I think it is inferred, if I'm using that word the right way, that if you are
It's
introducing
inferred.
yourself,
Mhm.
you will be snooping.
Yeah, but I don't want to put it on the radar.
Bro, he knows. He's not stupid.
No, but he may be busy.
Okay. Everybody knows when someone is looking at their house. You know that too. You'll
Yeah.
see someone walk by. You know when they're looking at your house.
Well, yeah, because they're so dazzled.
It's got to be what it is. All right, let's take a break. It's been a show of a lot of impressive athletic feats.
Yeah. What do you got now?
Well, we told you about that kid from Monroe. He's going to play wide receiver at Oregon. We told you about the Penn lacrosse team and Tegan Finger. Gentleman who had like the game of his life with a broken finger and a bad hamstring and a busted knee, winning a state championship for Penn lacrosse. Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
Bills wide receiver.
Yeah.
He had a hell of an athletic performance over the weekend.
Wait, what did he do?
Wasn't football.
Oh.
I'm going to tell you.
It's the most ridiculous.
I mean, Kimmy, what are you?
Did you see the video?
I did see
like
the videos.
the highlight
yes,
reel.
I saw the highlight reel of what he did because there was a really
like I think I get doing that at first, right? But then you take your foot off the gas a little bit.
I mean, I'm hoping he did this as a borderline joke, but these guys get so competitive because this is a great event.
Okay,
raising
Hard
money.
To turn it off,
all right.
Oh, but what are you doing, man? We're gonna do it next here in the break room on CM. This sounds impressive.
Oh.
And I guess witnessing this would be awesome because you're in a tiny little gymnasium with a whole bunch of NFL stars. But when you watch the video, what happened?
What happened?
Is it embarrassing?
I think it's based on who else was playing and participating that makes it a little embarrassing.
So you said there's other pro athletes there.
Sure, there were a couple of those.
Yeah. Not all.
So what happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So the Bills are all done with mandatory minicamp. We won't see them all together again until they are at St. John Fisher University for training camp. And in the meantime, they're just doing charity work and fun stuff.
Yeah.
For example, over the weekend, Damar Hamlin had his annual Chasing M's celebrity basketball game. And after everything that happened with Damar Hamlin, this has become a huge deal.
Oh, I'm sure.
So he invited all of his Bills, teammates to come play.
Yeah.
Keon Coleman, Bills wide receiver. Love that kid.
Funny guy.
Yep. He decided to show up, and there's a reason. He's got a basketball background.
Oh, yeah.
But he went to Florida State, right?
Oh, he finished at Florida State. Bless you, Kimmy. He started his college career at Michigan State, where he was recruited to both play football and basketball.
Okay.
He played 6 games with the Michigan State basketball team. And yesterday, he put on a clinic in the Chasing M's charity basketball
Kind of cool.
Dropped 60 points.
60
Oh, my God.
points. So he scored all the points.
So who's he playing? Who are they playing against?
Well, that's a thing.
What?
I saw some kids out there.
No.
There was at one point there was a woman guard. I don't know who.
There's like a mom on the court?
Yeah, I don't know. It definitely wasn't all athletes. It could have been some local people participating.
So he
was just dunking. I mean, he was it was to the point where nobody's even guarding him anymore. They just kind of let him do his thing.
Yeah.
So he was just crushing.
I'm watching the video right now. He
of
is
moms and kids.
It's as serious as a heart attack.
Yeah.
He must have had 15 windmill highlight dunks. He's dropping threes over people's heads. He's got the ball at the point. He's clearing the court so he go
Not
1-on-1.
passing the ball to any of his teammates.
It's the funny, and he's serious as a heart attack.
And he did this the whole
Everybody
game.
else is kind of smiling and laughing, and he's not.
Because he comes across as a pretty loose, fun person.
Yeah.
Okay, so
look, he was having fun.
Well, but he's not smiling at all.
Yeah.
One of two things have happened.
What?
Either Keon Coleman is the most competitive human being that ever existed,
Okay.
which, I guess in your line of work
You got
would be possible. Or nobody told Keon Coleman, this is
just
all
for
for
fun?
fun.
He's got to have been
The
at these
charity thing?
before.
He's only in his second year.
Yeah.
Yeah, but by now, even in college, don't they do some of the charity work too?
I don't know. I don't remember that stuff.
Oh.
It is funny when athletes do these types of events because there is a separation that happens when they take on that challenge. And we've seen it with the softball games and, whatever other pickup sports they're playing. There are some guys that just go above and beyond because they want to win regardless of what this is for, what it means. And then there are other guys that are just there to have fun, make some jokes, make people laugh. And when those two meet, I can't believe there aren't more fights that happen based on the super competitive guys and the guys that don't care.
So we've been fortunate enough, Kimmy, to play in some of these charity games with celebrities, and it is shocking, to Kimmy's point, the difference between how some guys are just hey, we're here to have fun, and some guys
just can't turn it
They
off.
just want to win all the time, no matter what it is.
You got it. For example, there is a gentleman, God rest his soul, former Amex goalie, played for the Bruins for 3 seasons. His name's Jim Petty. They call him Seaweed. You know this guy?
Maybe.
You should. George Plimpton. God, what was the book?
Oh, Paper Lion.
You got it. But the hockey version he did, he lived with Jim Petty.
Oh, okay.
And he followed him around. And so George Plimpton was an author, British guy. Mm-hmm. His hook for a couple of his books was he would learn how to play a professional sport.
Yeah, and then write about it.
So he played for the Detroit Lions at a preseason game. He played goalie for the Boston Bruins at a preseason game. So he lived with Jim Petty. And I read this book when I was a kid, and I love this book. Now, I'd never met Jim Petty before, right? So this is 12 years ago. We're playing a charity hockey game locally. He's one of the goalies. And this guy is 70. Mm-hmm. He's an old gentleman.
Yeah.
Shows up, all his old school gear, and I have the book with me.
All right.
And I want him to autograph.
Yeah.
And he goes, "What the hell is this?"
What do you mean?
And I go, it's the book here. He goes, "Yeah, everyone shows me that book all the time. I don't. I starts getting
He was pissed?
I wouldn't say pissed. I think he was trying to make a joke, but it was funny. So no, I don't know. I just sit down with my book, right? David Adrietta, our buddy, used to write for the DNC, XXI, comes in with the book. Hey, I love you. Could you sign the book for me? Bro, so again, it's a charity game.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Right.
So I thought.
Right.
I'm playing defense. Petty's a goalie.
This guy's in his 70s.
He's in his 70s. Still looks great. Playing great.
Yeah.
Gets
He's here
scored
to
on.
win.
He chewed me out.
Why?
Because I like, hey, you're supposed to break this. I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do any of this anymore. Told the story about how Rob Ray went after my brother for taking too slow a change.
Yeah.
There's another former Buffalo Sabre who will remain nameless who was ready to fight a guy on another team.
On a charity event.
In a charity event because things got a little serious.
They were
going to
drop gloves.
He was looked at.
Some guys they can't turn it off. Forever like that.
He was ready to drop gloves. The kid on the other side, thank God, was smart enough to understand to get the hell away from him.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's nuts. I mean, we even saw it with those Bills charity softball games.
That's what I mean. It's a sport they don't play. They shouldn't know. They shouldn't be good at it.
They shouldn't
It's not
care.
something they spend time doing.
Is that your sport? Like where you're disrespecting your sport?
I guess some guys can't turn it off.
Yeah.
If it's not a home run, they're disappointed.
252 WCMF. We're talking about Bills wide receiver Keon Coleman. He played in DeMar Hamlin's charity basketball game over the weekend. 60 points. He scored 60 points.
Yeah.
And a bunch of those points were over kids and local celebrities.
And I get wanting to show off because this is a sport that you also were really, really good at, right? Maybe you want to put on a little bit of a show. But after 30 points, you would think, all right, job's done. Time to pull back a little.
Yeah,
Let somebody else have a
Pass
chance.
the ball, Keon. Pass the ball. But here's the thing. I'm trying to think as a spectator.
Yeah.
If I go to one of these charity events, I kind of think I want to see Keon Coleman score 60 points.
Well, from that perspective, yeah, because you're getting a show out of it
Yeah.
at least. You're seeing some skill.
It's funny. This stuff used to happen all the time. And it's starting to come back again, which is great. Micah Hyde does his charity softball game in Buffalo every year. You got, DeMar doing this. LaShawn McCoy had his charity softball game at Innovative Field for all those years. I vividly remember as a child, the Bills Super Bowl teams used to travel around upstate New York and play basketball games against local sheriff's departments and teachers unions and things.
Yeah.
And I would go to them with my dad, and it was the greatest thing ever.
I thought they were just working off community service.
Also could have been that. The greatest picture.
So your old man would get in there.
Oh, yeah, we would go. We would go to, he would never play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Oh, I'm surprised he didn't jump in there.
My dad was more of the charity softball game.
Okay, all right.
But the greatest
Too
picture
much running in basketball.
That's exactly what it was. The greatest picture I have, it's outside of one of these charity basketball games. Daryl Talley, Bills linebacker.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am 5.
Yeah.
I'm in a little sweater. I'm all excited. He's down on one knee walking into the game. It's Jerry Curl Central, man. It's Soul Glow.
Yeah.
It is damp.
Yeah.
And he's got a Homie D Clown t-shirt from In Living Color on.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's about as early 90s as you could get.
It's a time capsule
Yes,
of a photograph. I'm so excited.
Very cute.
Yeah. So I guess from that point, like you said.
Yeah, he won a show.
Yeah. So good job, Keon.
Yeah.
I just hope all his teammates bust his balls about it when they get back to
Oh,
camp.
I'm sure.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rapperoo.
Adio, Monday Rapperoo.
For a Monday break room CMF, that makes tomorrow a Tuesday. You know what that means.
Where's Kimmy snooping around in the hood?
We got a post from the neighborhood app. Kimmy is going to read it out loud, as she does every week.
Yeah.
She will remove street names and town references, but there's still enough little clues in there where if you listen,
You have to listen.
we will figure out where they won. And no winner last week, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, we did have a winner.
No, we didn't have one last week.
Did not have a winner. Okay. So, open Ben hole. Whoever wants to jump in the Ben hole, feel free.
Yeah, enjoy.
Free for the taking.
Wide open.
Wide open hole.
I'm going to go home and sleep for the
All
rest
right.
of the day. Oh.
Good.
Hungover boy.
Well, I bet you the hangover's gotten worse over the morning.
So-
my guess.
Yeah, because you don't eat any good hangover food.
I have my banana.
Yeah, that's not recommended, except for gorillas.
Got that? You got that?
Yeah.
Not recommended
if you guys
gorillas.
didn't tell me anything walking in this morning, I would have thought you were the hungover one.
Why?
I don't know. You're just weird today.
Yeah, you were weird today. I'm with her.
Like, even in the breaks, you were weird. I don't know what was going on with you.
We had some good stuff, I thought, today.
Hey, we had some laughs. We laughed, we cried.
I came up with an idea for the grill and everything.
He's like the kid that didn't take his medicine at lunchtime.
Yo, he really is like the kid who didn't take his medicine.
Ritalin boy.
We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy,
Yeah.
trying to keep control in this room and
Trying.
failing miserably. For Tommy Muley,
Yeah.
who needs to go see the nurse ASAP. But it is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.